because the Democrats have chosen, yet again, to shut down the Department of Homeland Security. Now, one would think that addressing this issue would be important to them, but we think that they continue to say they want more restrictions on ICE. Now, what this is really about, Mr. President, is our friends across the aisle have promised their base, promised them, look, we're going to defund federal law enforcement. You leave it to us. We're going to abolish ICE. You leave it to us. We've got a plan. And their plan, it turns out, is to use not only the American people, but TSA agents, FEMA personnel, Homeland Security investigators, the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, as pawns in their political game, pure pawns. And some of the things the president has tried to work with them, they had agreed to a funding bill, then they changed their mind. And the thing that is so interesting about this, they keep talking about defund ICE, we need to defund ICE. ICE is funded through 2029. We did that in the working families tax cut. And what we have to look at is what the Democrats are doing is saying they would rather abolish ICE, open up our borders, and defund federal law enforcement than actually provide for the security of our homeland. Give paychecks that are earned. Give these paychecks to the TSA, to FEMA, the Coast Guard, and CISA. So I would encourage our colleagues to think about this and think about the danger and the risk that they are causing to our homeland, the stress that they are placing on TSA agents as they're trying to screen luggage to make certain that the flying public is safe. The inconvenience and the harm that is being caused to communities that really need FEMA to step in right now. And they need to think about the work that is being done in communities all across this country by Homeland Security investigations to apprehend drug traffickers, child predators, and to keep our communities safe. Now, the other thing that, and my colleague from Kansas had mentioned the Save America Act, which I'm delighted that we are finally on this bill. This is another area where we are watching the Democrats come full display of their loyalty to illegal aliens that are in this country. I mean, they are on it. Give them a choice between protecting the rule of law and protecting U.S. citizens. They're going to choose somebody illegally in the country every single time. That is really a disappointment to me, because the Save America Act is something that 83% of the voters in this country support. 83%. These are not my numbers. These are numbers from public polls. Anyone can go and look these up. Now, it is common sense that you are going to show a photo ID many times a day to prove that you are who you are. And it is common sense that everyone should show a photo ID when they go to the ballot box to cast that vote. Indeed, they should be a citizen and prove they're a citizen if they're going to register to vote, thereby protecting one person, one vote, protecting the integrity of our election system. This is a way that we help ensure that we preserve this system. You know, in Tennessee, where I reside, my state, my wonderful state, is ranked number one when it comes to election integrity. We make certain that our voter rolls are cleaned up. We make certain that voter ID is enforced. We have accurate registration lists and verification of citizenship. All common sense. If you're going to cast a ballot in our elections, be a citizen. Let's prove that you are the person showing up to cast that vote, and be respectful of the situation. You know, Mr. President, we have said, let's make it easier to vote and harder to cheat so that we protect the integrity of this system, so that we eliminate fraud, and so we preserve confidence in our election results. Well, it is just nonsensical that our colleagues across the aisle oppose this. Can you imagine that? 83% of the American people say, you're right, let's show an ID, let's be a citizen if we're going to vote. But no, our Democrat colleagues oppose it. They want to make it easier for non-citizens to cast ballots. In fact, 14 states in this country, and by the way, these are overwhelmingly blue states. 14 states do not require any documentation whatsoever to go cast your vote. Can you imagine that? You just walk up, claim to be somebody, and you vote. But you look at states like California and New York, which are home to more than 3.5 million illegal aliens combined, and that's what you're seeing, making it easier to cheat, making it easier for non-citizens to vote. You know, I think that you look at these issues and you realize that our friends across the aisle, Mr. President, they might have been picking the wrong fight. People want DHS funded. They want the Save America Act passed. They want the integrity of our elections to be protected. And I think it is imperative that we come together on this floor and that we pass the Save America Act and make certain that we know who is voting and that they are a citizen. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, later this year, American citizens across the country will exercise one of their most valuable and sacred rights, the right to vote. A right that has been hard-earned and fought for from the founding generation of our republic to today. And how was the right to self-government, the right to vote, secured? It was secured by American colonists who rejected the royal edict and hurled tea into Boston Harbor, declaring no taxation without representation. It was secured by ordinary men who seized their muskets and fired the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord. It was secured by Continental troops who marched to the fields of Saratoga and the coastline of Yorktown, repeating those immortal words of Patrick Henry, "Give me liberty or give me death." For nearly 250 years, Americans have cast their votes for leaders at every level, from local officials to state representatives to the President of the United States. Every member of this body is here today because we were elected fairly and honestly and given a mandate by our constituents to serve them here in Washington and to protect the liberties and freedoms our founders fought to preserve. The power of the ballot box determines the course of our nation, the history we are writing, and the freedoms that we continue to defend. And while no single ballot in isolation may seem decisive, together, the votes of the American people shape the course of our nation and the course of history. But it is worth remembering that our voting system did not begin as it exists today. When this nation was founded, the right to vote was limited, and over time, through debate, sacrifice, a bloody civil war, and constitutional amendment, the right to vote was quite properly expanded. The 15th Amendment prohibited denying the vote based on race. The 19th Amendment guaranteed women the right to vote. And the 26th Amendment lowered the voting age to 18. At every stage of our constitutional amendment process, the goal was the same: to ensure that the right to vote belonged to American citizens and that it was exercised with integrity. And while our system has evolved, one principle has remained constant. Elections reflect the will of the American people. For a right so sacred, for a privilege so hard fought, it is shocking, it is tragic, how neglected and vulnerable the protection of our elections has become. That is why I'm here today on this very floor, urging the members of this body to pass the Save America Act. It says that when you register to vote in a federal election, you must provide proof that you are a citizen of the United States, and you must provide photo ID to vote. In simple terms, that's it. This is not some radical, politicized, or weaponized piece of legislation designed to restrict Americans from voting. It is a common sense measure that protects the integrity of our elections by ensuring that American citizens and only American citizens are voting in them. Legitimacy in a democracy rests on two pillars. First, the mechanical integrity of the system to produce a valid result, and second, the public's confidence in that system. If either one fails, the system falters. If both fail, the system collapses. A system that cannot be trusted is a system that cannot govern. If you look around the world, between 2/3 and 3/4 of countries require some form of identification to vote. Why? Because it safeguards the integrity of their elections and reinforces public trust in their system. So it begs the question, why hasn't the United States fully embraced this standard? Well, for the last several months, we have heard claim after claim about how this legislation would somehow inhibit people from voting, that requiring identification is discriminatory, that the American people do not support voter ID. Mr. President, our Democrat colleagues are fond of bellowing into the TV cameras that photo ID to vote is Jim Crow. They tell us with mock earnestness. Now, I will admit, our Democrat colleagues should be experts in Jim Crow, because it was Democrat politicians who passed the Jim Crow laws. It was Democrat politicians who founded the Ku Klux Klan. It was Democrat politicians for decade after decade who enforced discrimination, separate but equal, poll taxes, and a host of other laws designed to prevent African Americans from voting. But do you know who has rejected their disingenuous claim that photo ID to vote is Jim Crow? The Supreme Court of the United States. Supreme Court of the United States, the state of Indiana, passed photo ID law requiring that you show a photo ID to vote. And a group of left-wing plaintiffs filed litigation challenging that. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. At the time, I was the Solicitor General of the state of Texas. I led a coalition of states before the Supreme Court defending photo ID to vote. And the left-wing plaintiffs made the same argument that our Democrat colleagues make today, that requiring photo ID to vote would somehow disenfranchise minorities. The Supreme Court, by a vote of 6-3, rejected their argument. The author of the majority opinion was John Paul Stevens. John Paul Stevens was one of the great liberals on the court. He was not a conservative. He was not on the right wing. He was the leading liberal for years on the U.S. Supreme Court. He rejected that claim, and he pointed out that when someone votes illegally, they are stealing the votes of legal voters. They are stealing the votes of American citizens. The Supreme Court explained that when photo ID laws have been implemented, minority participation in the election goes up, not down. And the Supreme Court explained that requiring photo ID enhances the integrity of an election and the integrity of democracy. Now, our Democrat colleagues don't want to acknowledge any of those facts. And I guess it's understandable, because the American people have heard their specious arguments and they have rejected them. Mr. President, 81% of Americans support requiring photo ID to vote. But my Democrat colleagues might say, what about African Americans? Well, about 3/4 of African Americans in the United States support requiring photo ID to vote. How about Hispanics? More than 80% of Hispanics in America support requiring photo ID to vote. How about Democrats? Here's an astonishing statistic. If you get out of elected office, if you ask a Democrat on the street, 70% of Democrats in America support requiring photo ID to vote. The one group that doesn't are elected Democrats in the United States Senate and the United States House. And by the way, the premise of their argument that minorities, if you require photo ID to vote, are not going to be able to vote is frankly insulting. Mr. President, I'm proud to be an Hispanic American. I've been an Hispanic all my life. You know what I've got in my wallet? I have a driver's license. I look at my colleagues across the way. I feel confident they have driver's licenses in their wallets as well. Hispanics are not morons. African Americans are not morons. And when you claim minorities can't figure out how to get a driver's license, well, gosh, what do you need a photo ID to vote to do right now in America? You need a photo ID to purchase alcohol or to purchase tobacco. You need a photo ID to gamble or purchase lottery tickets. You need a photo ID to go into a bar. You need a photo ID to get on a plane. You need a photo ID to rent a car. You need a photo ID just to drive a car, not even rent a car, drive a car. You need a photo ID to apply for government benefits. You need a photo ID to enroll in college. You need a photo ID to open a bank account. You need a photo ID to check into a hotel. And I got to admit, this is my personal favorite. You need a photo ID, actually 2 photo IDs, to shovel snow in New York City. These are routine, everyday activities. The gallery is full. I feel confident everyone in the gallery who is not a child has a driver's license. And by the way, you wouldn't be admitted to the gallery if you didn't. And I feel confident every member of this chamber has done just about anything I listed well, except shoveling snow. I'm not convinced many of my colleagues have shoveled snow. Although they do shovel other things. The question is not whether Americans are bright enough to obtain photo ID. We know they can, and we know they do. The real question is, why would we not require the same level of verification for something as consequential and vital as voting. Are our Democrat colleagues saying voting doesn't matter? Or is it something else? Voting is not just another everyday activity. It rolls around every year, a few years. And it is the vehicle that protects the principles of our republic in safeguarding what matters. This legislation is necessary because there are individuals and systems that can undermine confidence in our elections if proper safeguards are not in place. And one of the most apparent ways that we've seen is through the masses of illegal immigrants that our Democrat colleagues let in through open borders over 4 years. During the Biden administration, more than 12 million illegal immigrants flooded into this country, the vast majority through my home state of Texas. Now, Mr. President, understand that was not an accident. That was not something the Democrats could not stop. That was their desired outcome. How do we know that? Because the instant President Trump was sworn into office for his second term, illegal border crossings plummeted 99% overnight. The Democrats said, no, Joe Biden can't secure the border. He needs new legislation. We now know that was a lie. It was objectively false, and they knew it was false. Well, if they could have secured the border for 4 years, and they chose not to. They chose to let murderers into this country. They chose to let rapists into this country. They chose to let child molesters into this country. They chose to let gangbangers into this country. They chose to let terrorists into this country. We've had 4 radical Islamic terror attacks in the last 2 weeks. Why, Mr. President, would the Democrats choose to allow more than 12 million illegal aliens to invade this country? And I'm going to suggest the obvious reason. Because the Democrats look at those illegal aliens and they want them to cast vote for Democrats in federal elections. Why are the Democrats lined up and say, no, 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 under no circumstances should we test to see if you're an American citizen. Under no circumstances should we require photo IDs. You know, there was one activist a few years ago who filmed himself going into a D.C. polling place. D.C. polling place said, sir, what's your name? And he said, my name is Eric Holder. Now, this activist was not the Attorney General of the United States at the time. But yet D.C. handed him a ballot and said, Mr. Holder, please cast your vote. The Democrats are lined up in this chamber because they want our elections to be insecure. They want voter fraud to be rampant and to be easy. Ask yourself, do the American people have a difficult time buying a beer? Do they have a difficult time getting into an R-rated movie? Do they have a difficult time getting on an airplane? Well, yes, because the Democrats have refused to fund the TSA, and so there are long lines right now. But the lack of a photo ID is not an impediment that stops people from flying. This debate is about something very simple. Do our elections matter? Does our democracy matter? And boy, Mr. President, I got to say, that is a phrase the Democrats love. That they are defending democracy. It's interesting, their voice usually drops an octave when they say that. They clutch their pearls. And that's just the men. Defending democracy is what they say. Ask yourself, why are they not concerned at all about 12 million illegals who they let into this country voting illegally? I'll submit. Occam's razor provides the simplest solution is usually the right one. The simplest solution is very clear. The Democrats in this body want illegals to vote for them. They want power enough that they are more than happy to undermine democracy to try to seize power. I get that from their personal self-interest. but it is not in the interest of the men and women they represent. It is not in the interest of the people of America. This bill is rightly called the Save America Act. And Mr. President, if we were voting on the merits of what was good for America, what was good for democracy, what was good for American citizens, the vote would be 100-0. Although I would note on the other side of this building at the State of the Union address that you were at, that I was at, we saw why our Democrat colleagues are so adamantly opposed to this bill. President Trump turned to the Democrats on the right side of the floor of the House, and it gave them an opportunity to demonstrate with absolute clarity. He said, if you agree, our first priority should be to fight for American citizens and not for illegal aliens. Please stand. And every single Democrat in Congress remained seated. Not a one of them. I would note, as we're on the floor today, of the 47 Democrats in this body, only one is here on the floor. But a whole lot more were on the floor during the State of the Union, and every one of them chose to remain seated because they could not support the statement that we need to support American citizens and not illegal aliens. That's why they oppose the Save America Act, because they want to be handed power over this country by the illegal aliens they let into this country. That's why we need to save America. And it's why I urge every member of this body to pass the Save America Act. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about something that unifies our country. Here in the Senate, often we talk about things that we disagree on. We're going to talk today about something that Americans agree on. The American people overwhelmingly want election security. They want our border to be secure. They want our election to be secure. They want to feel that their government is acting with integrity and fairness, and to have representative government that protects its people. I rise in support of the Save America Act. For many of us, this is a new fight. My good friend Senator Lee and I have been working to pass the Save America Act for years, because we know this isn't just about election security, it's about protecting the future of our nation for all American families. The Save America Act is very simple. First, you need an ID to vote. Second, you need proof of citizenship to register in our elections. These aren't controversial ideas. In fact, a vast majority of Americans, no matter their party affiliation, their race, their gender, you name it, they support these ideas. And why wouldn't they? Americans want to know that our elections are both free and fair, that our democracy is safe. They believe in our country and that its citizens can make good decisions. They want to know that their vote counts and is not diluted by someone who is not a U.S. citizen. Americans deserve that, because this question cuts to the very core of who we are as a country. To survive, a republic needs its citizens to know and trust that their vote is secure, that their vote matters, and that they can trust the outcome. People have died for the sacred right to vote, and that sacred right should not be diluted by non-U.S. citizens. And if Americans can't trust their elections or who is legally allowed to vote in them, then they can't trust that their elected officials actually represent them. Yet somehow, congressional Democrats funded by George Soros and forever cowering to the radical left are ignoring the will of the American people. The minority leader tried to say this bill was a, quote, dagger at the heart of our democracy, even though the mayor of the largest city in the state he represents requires not one, but two forms of ID just to shovel snow. I'd say not passing this bill and allowing illegals to vote and the integrity of the election to be undermined is the real dagger. That's why the Save America Act is crucial. The fact is, so much of what Democrats are saying about this bill simply, it's not true. Democrats are lying to all of us, and they know it. It's the same tired playbook they've tried time and time again. So let's unpack their arguments. you're going to hear them say this is Jim Crow 2.0. Yep, that's right. We have once again reached the point where Democrats claim the thing that they don't like is racist. It's wrong, it's insulting. And the Democrats know it. Everyone knows it, but they hope the American public won't notice. And here's why this is so wrong. What Democrats are really saying is that the 83% of Americans who support voter ID laws are all racist. And let's remember, it was the Democrats who passed Jim Crow laws, not Republicans. Everyone who is paying attention can see what they are doing. Democrats are openly calling most of America racist, and the mainstream media acts like that's normal. But the Democrats' attacks on hardworking Americans aren't done. If they call us all racist, they double down and say the Save America Act is an attack on married women. There's been a lot of talk recently about what is fair to women in America. The Democrats have said that the Save America Act is bad for married women. Liberals have also claimed that biological women need to shut up and accept that biological men can compete against them, shatter their dreams, sometimes their bodies, and steal their championships. Democrats somehow say that's fair. But you're not fair to biological women. And the most deranged members of the radical left have now convinced Democrats in Congress that it's okay to tell little girls that God made them wrong, then allow the mutilation of their bodies before these children can truly comprehend or consent to the consequences of hormone therapy or gender reassignment surgery. Now, I'm not a woman. I can confidently say that because, unlike the Democrats, I know what a woman is. And I'm married to an amazing woman. We've raised two incredible, smart, and strong women who now have families of their own. They're independent and can make decisions for themselves. They don't need anyone to tell them how to run their lives. And I'm lucky enough to have one little girl in my life who calls me Grandpa. Even at 5, she's very comfortable telling me what to do. While not a woman, I do have pieces of advice for the Democrats. One, stop telling Americans that women can't figure out how to register to vote because you want to keep illegals voting. Women are smarter than Democrats think they are, much smarter. And 2, stop destroying women's sports by telling Americans that women can physically compete with biological males. Stop telling Americans that just because a little girl wears shorts instead of dresses and wants to hang out with the boys instead of the girls, that's okay to permanently disfigure her. It's disgusting, and every Democrat here knows it. But they are too cowardly to tell the truth to the radical lunatics running their party. Thankful, when we pass the Save America Act, we will end these dangerous attacks on women by Democrats for good. Look around and acknowledge what the Democrats are doing. They're saying to women, don't support the Save America Act. You'll never figure out how to register to vote again. Do you realize how insulting that is? You think I ever would look at my wife or my daughters or my granddaughter and think they aren't smart enough, or in the case of my granddaughter, won't be smart enough to do what they need to do? Now, I'm not going to stand here and let Democrats in Washington claim that these amazing, strong, smart women cannot figure out how to register to vote. This is nothing but a made-up talking point from Democrats because they want to allow, here's their goal, they want to allow illegals to vote. It's real simple. I'm tired of hearing Democrats use every excuse in the book to allow illegals to vote in our elections. Now, we all know that Democrats can't win on their radical ideas, so they have to try to weaponize our elections. That's wrong. Americans who are perfectly capable of showing their ID to board an airplane, visit a doctor's office, and prove their citizenship deserve secure elections. We are only here today because Democrats have created a system in this country that has totally failed the American people, and Americans want secure elections. We must make sure Americans can have the faith that their vote counts and that the election results reflect the will of the people. We must put simple standards in place that a majority of Americans approve of, and that will help Americans trust that our elections are free and fair. And why wouldn't Democrats want to make certain that elections in the United States of America are free and fair? We want that for every other country in the world. Why wouldn't we want it here? The fact is, over the last decades, Democrats' priorities are totally out of whack with what Americans want. Under the Biden administration, Democrats purposely opened our borders, and our country was flooded by illegal aliens. The same illegal aliens that Democrats are now putting above Americans as they do everything in their power to destroy this bill. Then, when Democrats saw how enraged the American people were about their wide-open borders and all the crime they were allowing in this country, the left claimed we needed new laws to fix it. As we all know, in the case of our border security, that was a complete lie. But for election security, we do need new laws because the ones we have aren't strong enough. And President Trump, on his own, can't secure elections. President Trump secured our border, and now Congress must secure our elections. The facts are simple. Illegal aliens should not vote in American elections. We know it's happening, and we must do everything we can to stop it. Democrats will say it's racism, but they say everything is racism when they don't like it. Is it racist that before I board a plane I have to show my ID? Is it racist that in order to buy certain medicines, apply for a job or a bank account, check into a hotel, rent a car, purchase a lottery ticket, order a drink at a bar, or get into the DNC convention, or shovel snow, for goodness sake, that we as Americans have to show ID? Absolutely not. And anyone telling you otherwise is lying. Here's my simple question for Democrats. Why should voting in our elections, something that dictates the direction of our country and is essential to building trust in government, have a lower ID standard than buying a six-pack of beer or a lottery ticket? The answer is simple. It shouldn't. When the minority leader isn't calling minorities and women too stupid to show ID and register to vote, he's claimed that we can't pass this bill because President Trump is trying to rig the elections. He's lying, and he's telling on himself. The minority leader and Democrats think that stopping illegal aliens from voting in American elections is rigging the system. Now, that's a remarkable thing for them to admit. But when they tell you who they are, we have to listen. What's clear to me is Democrats don't think they can win. They don't think they can win unless we allow people who are not legally allowed to vote to cast a ballot. Clearly, the minority leader is more concerned about what passing the Save America Act would mean for his future as majority leader than he is about election security, faith in our democracy, or delivering for the American people. Democrats, George Soros and the radical left will try to convince you that their opposition to this bill is about fairness and integrity. It's about protecting American democracy. Don't listen to them. It's not fair for illegals to vote in American elections. I don't get to vote in the French elections or the British elections or the Canadian elections. It's not fair to let men compete in women's sports. It's not fair to allow the mutilation of children with gender reassignment surgery for minors. The fact is that fairness, integrity, and our future are on the line. It's this bill that will protect them. It's what Senator Lee and I and so many others are fighting for today as we once again call on this body to pass the Save America Act. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back my time.
Mr. President.
The senator from Montana.
Mr. President, there's some issues we consider so logical and so obviously rooted in common sense that I got to believe the American people are sitting at home and wonder why Congress is even having this debate. And such is the case with the bill the U.S. Senate is considering this week, the Save America Act. Let me be clear. The bill before us today requires proof of citizenship when registering to vote, and it requires photo ID in order to vote in a federal election. If you come to my office here in Washington, D.C., you'll see fairly quickly I'm an avid outdoorsman. There's a lot of hunting and fishing pictures on the walls that say a lot about the great state of Montana. As many know, Montana has some of the very best outdoor recreation in the country, even the world. Hunting, fishing, backpacking, you name it. I remember growing up in Montana, my grandpa and my dad had a fly rod in my hand when I was still a little boy, before fly fishing was cool even, back in the early 70s. I remember fly fishing before Brad Pitt discovered it with Robert Redford and made the movie A River Runs Through It. And do you know, if you want to fish in Montana, if you want to fly fish, if you want to get a tag to hunt, you want to shoot a mule deer or an elk or a whitetail. You know what you need to get a tag, to get a fishing license? You got to produce a valid ID. To go fishing, you need a license. And to get a license, you need a valid ID. Now, nobody has a problem with this when it comes to America's great outdoors. So why does the left protest so hard against ID requirements to vote? It is explicit law that only American citizens can vote. And all Americans have an ID or the ability to easily obtain one. The right to vote and participate in democracy is a core principle of this great country. It is what gives us our freedom. It's what gives us a voice. But when election integrity is compromised, our institutions suffer. And the people don't trust the outcome of elections or their government anymore. And that is why 95% of Republicans and 71% of Democrats support having voter ID. It's truly that bipartisan. I'm not sure there's a more bipartisan issue right now facing us in Washington. People want to restore trust in their elections and their government. So why is this so hard? I'll tell you why it's so hard. Our friends on the other side of the aisle are captive to their radical base. I grew up as the grandson of a Democrat in Montana. My dad was a Democrat growing up. But this is a different kind of Democrat today. The radical base is steering the party that we debate with across the aisle here in Washington. Remember, under Joe Biden's border catastrophe, at least 10 million, and that's a conservative number, 10 million illegal aliens poured into the country unchecked. And in many states, these illegal aliens are eligible for driver's licenses, which makes it easier to illegally register to vote. And that's why you need to have proof of citizenship. That's why the Save America Act is so important. Requiring a photo ID is basic. It's common sense. It's non-controversial. It's time to get this done. I'm very grateful to my colleague, Senator Mike Lee of Utah, and my colleague, Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri, who've been fighting so hard to get this bill across the finish line. I urge the rest of our colleagues to get on board, support the Save America Act, stand up for election integrity, and vote for the Save America Act. Thank you.
The Senator for Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are moments when the Senate is asked whether it will merely manage decline or whether it will still govern. This is one of those moments. What is before us today is a test of whether the Senate still understands what it's for, a test of whether Article 1 of the Constitution still means what it says, that Congress possesses the power to write the rules of the road, a test of whether this body still exists to defend the American people, strengthen the Republic, and use constitutional authority for the common good. That is why I rise in support of my substitute amendment to the Save America Act. And it comes before us at a fitting hour in our nation's life. America is approaching her 250th birthday. We're taught in schools to think of the American founding as though it were unimaginably far away, sealed off behind glass. But 250 years is smaller than it seems. President John Tyler was born during the first Congress in 1790. He was born in the very infancy of this republic. President Tyler's last living grandson died only last year. That is how near the founding still is, and how recent this great experiment in self-government remains. And if the founding is that near, then our duty is that much clearer. We're not the curators of a dead tradition. We are the stewards of a living republic. Our republic was founded on a daring claim that free people could govern itself. Not that a free people could drift forever, Not that a free people could live off inherited greatness while its leaders refuse every hard question. Not that a free people could dissolve every boundary, mock every limit, and still expect to remain free. No, the American founding rested on a harder truth. Liberty is fragile, and so it requires structure. Man is fallen, and so self-government requires virtue. A republic requires citizens, truth, and the courage to defend both. That's why this bill matters. Some may say this bill will say these titles. Some will say that this bill and all of its titles don't belong together. That five-pronged, three-titled amendment is just a package or a wish list or a collection of unrelated priorities. But that only proves they do not understand what time it is, and they don't understand what our republic is. The five-prong and three titles of this amendment are united by one central question. Will American law still defend the basic conditions of self-government? Title I, Save American Voter, says the franchise belongs to its citizens and voting should be secure. Title II, Save American Sports, says that women's sports exist for women and girls, acknowledging biological reality over a legal fiction imposed by elite ideology. Title III, Save American Children, says that children should be protected from irreversible harm, not handed over to the appetites, fashions, and confusions of the age. Citizenship, reality, responsibility. Those are the basic truths a nation must defend if it intends to remain a nation. Let me begin with Title I. A republic has the right to distinguish citizens from non-citizens. That should not be controversial. That should not even be difficult. The vote is not a global entitlement. The vote is not a participation trophy for anyone who happens to cross our borders. It is one of the central privileges and duties of political membership. If citizenship means anything, it must mean something here first. That is why requiring proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections is foundational. It is a minimum requirement. It is so common sense in a self-governing nation because a people that cannot say who belongs to the polity cannot remain a polity at all. The same is true for voter identification. We're told endlessly that asking a voter to identify himself before casting a ballot is somehow oppressive, somehow unreasonable, somehow outside the bounds of democratic decency. The American people know better. That's why over 80% of American voters support voter ID. Identity verification is ordinary, in every serious sphere of life. We require it for small things, for lesser things, for trivial things. There's nothing wrong with requiring lawful voters to identify themselves before participating in the elections of those who will govern the United States of America. Honest elections require lawful voters, lawful ballots, and lawful verification. And then there's the question of mail voting. For too long, this country has been told to accept a system of mass mail-in voting as though it were the settled inheritance of the American Republic. It is not. In its current form, mass mail-in voting is a modern phenomenon, and in many places it is a direct holdover from the COVID era. COVID is over. The emergency has passed. The extraordinary accommodations of that period should not become the permanent architecture of American elections. For most of our history, the presumption was simple. If you could vote in person, you voted in person. You appeared before lawful election officials. Your identity could be verified. Your ballot could be secured. The chain of custody could be protected. The people could trust what they were seeing. That is not cruelty. That is not oppression. That is what Republican government looks like. Now, of course, there are those who are unable to vote in person, and they should be helped. Military voters should be helped. Individuals with disabilities should be helped. Those who are sick should be helped. Caregivers with real burdens should be helped. Those with genuine, qualifying hardships should be helped. But accommodation should remain the exception, not the organizing principle of the whole system, because voting is not a consumer transaction. The highest values in election administration should be on legitimacy, public confidence and trust. Not so long ago, even Democrats shared these values. The Carter-Baker Commission, formed by former Democrat President Jimmy Carter and former Republican Secretary of State James Baker III, made many of the recommendations that my amendment promotes: voter ID, proof of citizenship, and limiting mail-in balloting. Democrat senators may not support these provisions, but their voters do. 71% of self-identified Democrats support voter ID. A free people should want its elections to be visible, accountable, and resistant to bad actors. That is what Title I is trying to restore. Not the denial of lawful voting, but the integrity of lawful voting. Not confusion, but confidence. Not looseness, but legitimacy. I know this issue because I have experienced these fights myself. When I served as Missouri's Attorney General, I fought in court and defended our state's election integrity laws against a coordinated assault from the left in 2020. The left's dark money-funded elections super lawyers did not merely challenge one rule here or there. They challenged the very idea that we can get serious rules to protect the ballot, deter fraud, preserve order, and sustain public confidence in the vote. They came for the safeguards that made elections credible. They came for the principle that absentee and mail voting must be governed by rules. They came for the simple proposition that the people are entitled not only to cast a ballot, but to trust the system by which ballots are cast, handled, counted, and certified. And Missouri won. We defended the truth that election law is the framework by which free people govern itself. Election law isn't the arcane inconvenience to be brushed aside whenever the left sees a tactical advantage. We defended the proposition that deadlines matter because finality matters. We defended ballot security because legitimacy matters. We defended verification requirements because public trust matters. We defended the authority of the people acting through their laws to insist that elections be honest, orderly, and worthy of confidence, and Missouri won. That fight has taught me something I've never forgotten. The fight over election integrity is about more than mechanics or procedure. Rather, it's about whether we still have the moral confidence to defend the elementary conditions of self-government. Because once every safeguard is treated as suspect, once every verification measure is denounced as oppression, once every effort to secure the ballot is caricatured as hostility to democracy, what is really under attack is the public's faith that elections are fair, lawful, and real. So when I speak today about voter ID, proof of citizenship, and limits on mass mail voting, I do so from experience. I've fought these battles before. I've seen the pressure campaign to dissolve the rules that protect the vote. I've seen how quickly common sense is denounced when it stands in the way of ideological ambition. I've seen when the public officials are willing to stand firm, and when you do that, you can win. That is what Title I and saving American voters is all about. It's not extreme, it's not novel. It's the restoration of an old and necessary principle that in a republic, the vote must be lawful, secure, and worthy of confidence of the American people. Now let me turn to Title II. If the law cannot defend women from men acting as women, it cannot defend reality. Women's sports exist because men and women are not the same. That is biological reality. It is moral reality. It's the plain reality on which fair competition depends. And when the law refuses to recognize that reality, the category of women's sports becomes fraudulent. Girls are told to surrender fairness. They're told to surrender privacy. They're told to surrender safety. They're told to surrender recognition. And they're told to do all of this so the ruling class can flatter itself for its own moral sophistication. The state has no right to impose that sacrifice. I have 2 daughters. They both love sports. But this is more than just about sports. It's about whether the law is still going to reflect reality or whether it will be conscripted into enforcing a falsehood. It is about whether a civilization still possesses enough moral confidence to say, what is the truth? And that's not cruelty. It's about whether we still believe that girls deserve a realm of fair competition that is actually their own. A serious republic does not ask girls to bear the cost of elite confusion. A serious republic tells the truth about the world and builds laws on that truth. That is what Title II does. Now let me turn to Title III. A decent nation protects children. Children are not ideological property. Children are not experimental material. Children are not raw material for the ambitions of activists, for the cowardice of institutions, or for the self-indulgence of adults who've forgotten the law exists first to defend those who need protection. There are lines that a humane society does not cross. Irreversible medical interventions on minors for ideological ends are one of those lines. A child in distress needs guidance, protection, patience, love, stability, truth. A child in distress does not need a civilization so morally exhausted that it answers confusion with scalpels, sterilization, and permanent medicalization. The burden of uncertainty should favor preserving the child, not fundamentally remaking the child. Too often our ruling class have preferred euphemism to honesty here. We're told this is compassion. We're told this is care. We're told that the enlightened position is to ratify distress with irreversible harm. It is not compassion to mutilate what cannot be restored. It is not compassion to medicalize what may pass. It is not compassion to turn children into lifelong patients before they're old enough to understand what is being taken from them permanently. That is not mercy. It is cruelty masked in liberation. A republic worthy of the name protects children from adult passions, from ideological capture, and from the fashionable madness of the age. That is what Title II is trying to do. And that's why these three titles belong together, because this amendment is more than a list of 80-20 issues that the American people are demanding. The Save America Act is the defense of the elementary truths on which Republican life, small r, still depends. America belongs to its citizens. Men and women are real. Children should be protected from permanent harm. If a nation will not defend these truths, it will not defend truth for very long. If a nation will not defend these boundaries, it will not keep any boundary for long. And that brings me to this chamber itself. Americans still love Mr. Smith Goes to Washington for a reason. They love it because they still want to believe something about this institution. They want to believe that the Senate, a uniquely American invention, can be used for the common good. They still want to believe that conviction can defeat cynicism. They want to believe that a man can come here and fight for his country rather than merely manage its decline. Well, here's our chance to prove that hope is not foolish. The Senate is not a museum. It is not a visiting angels retirement village for proceduralism. It is not here merely to confirm nominees, pass omnibuses, and fund the legislative achievements of long-dead men while the living nation loses confidence in its own government. The United States Senate is here to legislate in defense of the American people. The Senate is here to draw lines. The Senate is here to make judgments. The Senate is here to govern. So the question for this chamber is really simple. Are we here to govern or merely preside? Are we here to act for the people or simply explain why action is impossible? Are we here to use power rightly or merely to congratulate ourselves for the restraint while the country pays the price? Because the stakes here are plain. We see distrust in elections. We see the collapse of moral clarity. We're seeing girls told to accept injustices as progress. We're seeing children offered up to the altar of extreme ideology. We're seeing a governing class that refuses to draw any line until the line has already been erased. And republics don't usually fall in one dramatic stroke. They weaken when truth is no longer defended. They weaken when citizenship is diluted. They weaken when institutions lose the will to govern. They weaken when elites ask ordinary people to live under conditions they themselves know are disordered. They weaken when men without chests hold positions requiring virtue and enterprise. That is what this debate is really about. It's about whether the country still defends first principles. It's about whether the Senate understands what time it is. It's about whether constitutional power can still be used for the common good. And as America approaches her 250th birthday, that question becomes even more urgent. A republic approaching its quarter millennium should not be content merely to remember greatness. It should show that it still knows how to govern itself. It should show that it still has the strength to defend citizenship. It should show that it still has the courage to defend women. It should show that it still has the decency to defend children. Article 1 is supposed to be the branch of action. This body exists to do more than simply fund legislative achievements of long-dead men. The legislative power exists to make judgments, draw lines, and defend our country. The Senate should prove that it still understands that duty. So pass this bill to restore integrity to federal elections. Pass this bill to defend women and girls. Pass this bill to protect kids. Pass this bill to show the American people that we can still act in the defense of the American people. Pass this bill because these are common sense reforms. Pass this bill because Americans are tired of being told that their most basic moral instincts are somehow beyond the pale. Pass this bill because a nation serious about the future doesn't apologize for governing itself. Pass this bill because America at 250 should be more than some commemoration. It should be a renewal. The age of excuses should end. The era of drift should end. The Senate should act, and the Save America Act should pass. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next 60 minutes be under control of the Democrat leader or his designee, followed by the next 60 minutes by the Republican leader or his designee, and finally the next 60 minutes be the Democratic leader or his designee, and following that, the majority leader or designee be recognized.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you know, when it comes to broken promises, seems like Trump and Republicans have raised every price they ever said they would lower. Costs on groceries, with Trump's sweeping tariffs, the largest tax increase on working families in American history. They sent energy costs higher by canceling clean energy projects. They sent gas prices skyrocketing by starting a new war in the Middle East. And they let healthcare premiums skyrocket for patients, doubling, tripling, and more through sheer indifference. And now, desperate to avoid the wave of angry voters who Republicans had promised lower prices and no new wars, Republicans are even going to raise the cost of voting because their Save Trump Act would nickel and dime Americans who are just trying to vote, but have to slog through one new Republican roadblock after another. Under a Republican's bill, one of our citizens' most basic freedoms now comes with a price. And it comes with a lot of brand new hurdles that serve no purpose but to trip people up. Some folks will have to shell out for a copy of their birth certificate. Some will have to get a passport, and that's $165, by the way. Some folks will have to travel hours away to register in person, costing time and travel fare, or maybe gas costs, which Trump is now sending through the roof. And that is not the half of it. Just consider all the people who will face new challenges just to vote for no good reason. If you are a student who just moved to start college, Republicans will make it harder for you to vote. Because if this bill passes, you will need to show a photo ID and proof of citizenship in every single state. But a student ID won't count. Many tribal IDs also won't be enough under the new Republican restrictions. If you are a married woman who changed her last name, like me and the overwhelming majority of moms across the country, Republicans will make it harder for you to vote, because you would now have to bring an ID, proof of citizenship, and some additional paperwork showing your name change. That could affect 70 million people. If you are a senior who just moved into a new nursing home and has mobility issues, Republicans will make it harder for you to vote, because you can no longer just register online or by mail. You now have to show up in person to show your papers. Voting will also be harder for rural families, far from any place where they could show their papers and register in person. In Washington State, we have a lot of families who might have to take a ferry just to register to vote. Or heaven forbid, you're someone living abroad, maybe working for an American company or working at a nonprofit or even serving our nation as a diplomat. You might just have to buy a flight all the way back home so you can register. And the inconvenience doesn't stop at registration, because Republicans will make voting by mail harder for everyone as well. They are going to require you to photocopy your ID when you apply for that mail-in ballot. And then they are going to require another photocopy when you send in your mail-in ballot. At least as long as Trump doesn't get his wish to scrap mail-in voting altogether. And if you are someone who doesn't know where your birth certificate is, or doesn't have easy access to it, or if you are one of half of Americans who doesn't have a passport, that's 146 million people, you're going to have to pay fees and fill out a lot of paperwork. And what is the Republican plan for when the State Department gets flooded with record-breaking number of passport applications, by the way, because there is no money for surge capacity in this bill? What are Americans supposed to do when their paperwork gets delayed for weeks on end, or heaven forbid the president just slow walks it? And by the way, under the Save Trump Act, there's a perfectly awful chance that you do everything right and still get robbed of your vote by Republicans, because this bill pushes states to rely on a DHS verification tool that just frankly is a dumpster fire. States that have tried this got results with huge errors, where DHS was wrongly saying many citizens were not citizens. The Trump administration tool has already wrongly advised states to purge lawful voters from their voter rolls. But the biggest problem with this bill goes to its roots, because the biggest problem is that Republicans' whole premise is built on a lie. Trump has been lying for years now about our elections, lying about winning in 2020, lying about winning in states like California, lying about crazy conspiracies that have been debunked time and time again. He's been debunked by Republican election commissioners. He has been debunked by thorough news investigations and carefully conducted audits. He's been debunked by million-dollar legal cases where other liars were sued for defamation. That has not stopped Trump. And instead of calling out the lies, like so many of them once actually did, first Republicans just started ignoring this, and then they started normalizing them, and now many of them are repeating these lies and conspiracies. Mr. President, our elections are free and they are fair. That is beyond question. Anyone who values our democracy should be shouting that from the rooftops. But instead of defending our democracy, instead of defending our elections from misinformation and conspiracies and a president who has stated quite directly he wants to take control over the elections, Republicans are joining Trump in the same sort of ruse he pulled to rile people up on January 6th. The biggest fraud here is Republicans who know their agenda is unpopular, Republicans who know that when entrusted by the voters to fulfill their promises, all they have done is break them, raising prices, starting new wars. Republicans who know they will not keep their majorities in a free and fair election, so they're pushing for this bill instead. Mr. President, this is not how elections work. This is not how America works. In this country, we fight for change with our voices and our votes. And if Republicans think for a second Democrats will let them take away people's votes, they better buckle up, because you can bet we will use our voices to block this bill for as long as it takes. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today to join my colleagues in standing up to protect Americans' constitutional right to vote and to fight back against this administration's most recent attack on access to the ballot box. Instead of making the case to Americans about policies and what you want to do and why you think it's important to have, say, the tariffs that in my state are wreaking havoc for our farmers with more yet to come, this legislation would actually be an end around of the voting process. This legislation would make it hard for a whole bunch of American citizens to vote, which appears to be the end game given what the president has said about it. By his own admission, he said that passing this bill will guarantee the midterms. That's not my quote. It's an exact quote from the President of the United States. The Save America Act will kick American citizens off state voter rolls. And how is this happening? Well, this is a complete invasion of the privacy of voters. It makes state secretaries of state give the voter rolls, the voter information, the voter data to the Department of Homeland Security, as in the same agency that brought us ICE, and then run that information through some kind of Doge-like system that's somehow going to spit back out to the states which voters they should kick off the voter rolls. Then the bill also creates these bureaucratic hurdles that make it complicated and costly for American citizens to register to vote or change their registration, particularly for the 69 million women who have chosen to change their name when they get married. Why should they be penalized? And millions of American citizens don't have the specific document required by this bill to prove citizenship, because this bill won't allow for driver's licenses anymore. You've got to produce other documents, like a passport or a birth certificate. More than half of Americans don't have passports, and they cost at least $165 to get. Birth certificates can cost $30. In my state, they're $24. And they can take tons of in-person time to obtain. Anyone that's ever had that experience, maybe for some other purpose, that you have to get your birth certificate, that's not always as easy as people think. And this bill also requires people to register to vote in person at their election offices, effectively ending proven and popular methods of registration used by millions of Americans in Democratic and Republican-led states all across the country, like online and mail-in registration. This would be a significant barrier for registration for millions of voters, especially for people in rural areas who have to drive hours to get that registration completed now. Rural Americans in many places would be forced to travel an average of about 4 hours round trip, and some voters in Alaska and Hawaii would be forced to take a flight just to register in person. This bill creates chaos, but maybe that's not the motivation of some of my colleagues. But I do believe it's the motivation of the president, who basically said, quote, "It will guarantee the midterms." It's designed to make it harder for American citizens, certain American citizens, to vote. It's designed to undermine mail-in voting and lay the groundwork for this obsession that the president seems to have with banning mail-in voting, while in some states it is actually the prevailing way that people vote, including a number of red states, as the presiding officer is aware. Because the administration can read the polls, they see that there is major concern in Americans with high costs. So instead of maybe passing a different bill, which we could call the Save America's Money Act, which would be doing something about these gas prices when we know what's happened now, gas prices are up 30 or 40 dollars a barrel, $30 to $40 a barrel, and every $10 an increase for a barrel of oil is a $450 a year increase for the average American family. For the second time ever, the average price of diesel has reached $5 per gallon. Look what's happening with groceries. Electricity prices up an average of $110 last year on Americans' bills. Healthcare costs continue to skyrocket. So there's things we can do. We've got a bipartisan housing bill we just passed the Senate that need to get passed in the House. We have some permitting bills. I was long a supporter of Senator Manchin's proposals on permitting. We could get that done. We should be adding energy to the grid. This idea that somehow we're going to think that North Dakota wind is bad in a pretty red state and then ban grants that would have brought that wind, which was good for North Dakota and Minnesota, to Minnesota with a power company in northern Minnesota. That's one of the grants that had gotten singled out and I think has just recently gotten released. All that stuff are things that we could do to help Americans with their costs. So we should be working on the Save Americans Money Act instead of this. So I urge my Republican colleagues to change course and stand with us and stand up for the fundamental right to vote. That always used to be bipartisan. And the idea that you're going to make all these people re-register or register with a expensive passport or birth certificate, that they can no longer use their driver's license, that their private voter data is sent to Homeland Security to go through some Elon Musk-designed computer system. It's not what people want in this country right now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President,
The average price of a gallon of gas in New Jersey right now is $3.68. A month ago, it was $2.94. In that month, we've started a war with Iran, a war that this administration doesn't have a plan to end, a war that has cost 13 American lives and has injured hundreds of others. That is putting America's reliability as a partner further in doubt and driving up costs across the board at a time when costs are already too high for most Americans. Now, what are we doing about this crisis and trying to address it? What are we doing to drive down the costs that the American people are demanding that we take on? What are we doing to make it easier for Americans to pay their bills and to be able to provide for their families? We are here on the Senate floor today debating a bill that Donald Trump wants because he's afraid. He knows that he's at the weakest point of his presidency. His approval numbers are way down, and in a little more than 230 days, voters will go to the ballot box for the midterm elections. So instead of working to lower costs, instead of ending this war and getting gas prices down, instead of focusing on working families, Donald Trump has Senate Republicans here to peddle a bill because, in his words, quote, it'll guarantee the midterms. A bill, by the way, that, again, to quote Donald Trump, says, quote, supersedes everything else. A bill that Trump says he would, quote, close government to ensure it passes. So clearly we see something that is not that what the American people want to see get done, not of benefit to the American people at a time when they're demanding that we take on high costs of living, but instead something that's good for Donald Trump. So while you're cutting back on driving because gas prices are skyrocketing, and you're seeing prices at the grocery store go up because it's a lot more to transport food, and you're rethinking that vacation because the CEO of Delta just said airline tickets are about to go up too, Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are focused on passing a bill that, again, drives up your cost. The Save America Act is an awful bill, and I'll talk a little bit about this bill in a moment. But what this bill represents at its core is Donald Trump's extreme agenda when it comes to elections. It's an election that is built to, in Trump's own words yet again, quote, guarantee the midterms. Said that Democrats won't be able to win for 50 years if this goes through. He is saying the quiet part out loud about why he is doing this. And that's because his agenda has three core tenets. Number one, let the billionaires buy the elections. Number two, let politicians pick their voters. And number three, price people out of voting. Now let's start with the insane amount of big money in our politics today. Now, according to a report last year by the Brennan Center, the amount of dark money spent in federal races in 2024 was nearly $2 billion. That is hard to imagine, just unfathomable amounts of money being poured into our elections right now. It is nearly double what it was just 4 years prior in 2020. Now, that dark money represents a real threat to the integrity of our elections. A report published last month by the Campaign Legal Center highlights the way that the super rich can use our weakened campaign finance laws to basically bribe public officials. The report exposed the story of a man named Velutini, a Venezuelan billionaire who was charged with criminal bribery and was later pardoned by Donald Trump after his daughter gave $3.5 million to a Trump-supporting super PAC. These kinds of straw donor actions can take place when we have a campaign finance system that has been built for corruption. That's exactly what we're seeing. A system working exactly how it's supposed to, which is marginalizing the American people and average working families and lifting up the power of billionaires and corporations. It's a system that has been built so billionaires can buy the candidates they want. And if they get into trouble, they can buy themselves a get-out-of-jail-free card, literally. If my colleagues are concerned about election integrity, getting $2 billion of dark, corrupt money out of our system would be a good place to start, and I think you would find bipartisan support to be able to take that on. Now, the next place is getting rid of a system that Donald Trump has supercharged, where politicians get to pick their voters, not the other way around like the Constitution says it should be. Gerrymandering has never been weaponized like what we're seeing right now under the direction of Donald Trump. He's so afraid of losing the House of Representatives that he's threatened members of his own party who didn't want to go along with his plans. Just a few months ago, he targeted Republicans in Indiana, saying that, quote, anyone that votes against redistricting will be met with a MAGA primary. So we have a system championed by Donald Trump that lets billionaires buy the elections and politicians pick their voters. So where does that leave you? Where does that leave the American people? Well, if this bill passes, it'll make it harder for people to be able to vote. It'll make it such that they have to pay for a constitutional right of voting, which is so sacred to our democracy. Voting shouldn't cost people extra money. It shouldn't require you to be able to have a poll tax. For millions of Americans, they'll need to potentially scramble to get a new form of ID. Now, maybe my colleagues will say, oh, just go get a passport. Well, look, a new passport costs $165, and to expedite it in order to vote costs much more than that. And we need to be able to deliver that quickly, so that's an added $22 on top of that. That's nearly $250 for your right to vote. That's nearly $250 when this administration has hurt our ability to get health care, be able to fill our tanks with gas, to be able to get groceries. They've made it more expensive across the board, and they've given massive giveaways to those at the very top. This bill will make it harder for married women to vote if their current legal name doesn't match the name on their birth certificate. How does that make sense? And it will make it harder for seniors and young people to vote by throwing up new restrictions on mail-in voting, requiring seniors and others to have to go and register in person when they haven't had to do that before. Why is it that we are trying to make it so hard for Americans to be able to vote? But then you realize that's the point. That's actually the point of this all. Trump wants it to make it harder for you to vote and make it easier for him to have his bidding. Why else did we see this happening right on the tail of so much of what he was doing and pushing gerrymandering so blatantly against our Constitution and our laws? Trump wants to make this more expensive for Americans to vote because that makes it easier for him and his supporters and his donors to be able to buy their way to power. He wants congressional Republicans to cease doing anything else and pass this bill so he can, quote, guarantee the midterms. Well, that's not what the American people want. They want a choice. It is their choice. They are supposed to be in the driver's seat of their democracy. The American people want our election to be secure. I want our elections to be secure. I want to make sure that voters can have full faith in our electoral process. I've been fighting for years to get dark money out of our politics, to reverse Citizens United, which I believe is going to go in the history books as one of the most dangerous moments of our democracy that has unleashed a torrent of dark money and problems and this nightmare that we're seeing ourselves in. I've been fighting to end the practice of letting politicians pick their voters since my first day here on the House side, and I even stood up to my own party in New Jersey by suing to fix a broken ballot that let power players pick candidates, not voters. This is not about partisanship. This is about delivering for the American people and preserving their ability to be able to drive our democracy. We have real work that we can do to make our elections safer, get rid of this dark money, and make sure the voters get to pick their politicians. But that's not the bill that we have before us. That's not the bill that Donald Trump is pressuring my colleagues here to push through. Instead, this bill is a distraction from Donald Trump's failures and a desperate attempt to compensate for the power he sees slipping away right between his fingers. We can't let him do this. We can't let him distract us from the real problems our constituents are facing today. $3.68 $3.68 a gallon in New Jersey for our gas. Let's put an end to this distraction. Let's stop doing Donald Trump's bidding to hold on to power and do what we're supposed to do, which is focus on what the American people want, which right now is so clearly about lowering prices that they see skyrocketing every single day. That's what we're here for, and that's what they want us to do. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me, first of all, thank my colleague and friend, the senator from New Jersey, who I think has brought a fresh voice, incredible energy, somebody who's got a history as well of working extraordinarily well in national security issues. And I agree with virtually everything he just said. This is a bit of a distraction. And I think part of the reason it's a distraction, Mr. President, is that at the end of the day, this president has frankly refused to acknowledge that the American people's will in 2020 was not to rehire him. He cannot accept the legitimate outcomes of the 2020 election. Despite officials from his own administration calling the 2020 election the most secure in American history, the president continues to promote unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud. And that's after investigations from multiple courts and state attorneys generals and election officials from both parties strongly declaring that there was no evidence to support allegations of substantial fraud. Simply put, the 2020 elections were certified, litigated, and affirmed. And tomorrow we're going to hear from some of the intelligence officials as our committee takes on the worldwide threat assessment, where unfortunately senior intelligence officials seem to be still focusing on relitigating the 2020 election rather than making us safe for 2026 and 2028. Because the truth is, after all these years, the president and his allies haven't been able to find any evidence of legitimate voter fraud in past elections. As a matter of fact, there have been studies ad nauseum that shows millions and hundreds of millions of votes, yet the number of people that were undocumented who voted by mistake were in the single digits. Now, they're looking forward to the effort that's on the floor right now towards suppressing and wrongfully influencing future elections through this so-called Save America Act. Again, I know the presiding officer and my friend from Wisconsin and others are going to say I'm going to go over the top, so let me just try to use the president's own words. The president's own words, and historically, I know the presiding officer comes from Utah, which has got a proud history of states' rights and local control. But the president's own words, he wants Republicans to, quote unquote, take over election administration, going as far as to say Republicans ought to nationalize the voting. If there's ever an Alice in Wonderland, up is down and down is up, that's what's happening. And again, and I don't know if this comment led to her firing, but before he fired her, the president's DHS secretary, Kristi Noem, pushed for the passage of the Save America Act while stating that her goal is to have the right people voting so we can elect the right leaders. I mean, this sounds like it comes out of some dystopian novel or 1930s advocacy. I don't get it. We all know that the strength of our democracy depends on voter participation and access to the ballot box. I've been doing this, I guess, long enough that I remember when things like motor voter and let's make it easier to register were all bipartisan. And unfortunately, contrary to the name of the Save America Act, this legislation undermines the very foundations that it claims to protect. This bill would impose sweeping requirements that will make it extremely difficult for eligible voters to participate in our democracy. New voters, married women, service members will face additional hurdles when registering to vote. That's because under the Save America Act, Americans who have voted for years, who've got no question about their citizenship, would have to go back and provide documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. And let me say at the front end, I support voter ID. We have voter ID in Virginia. I don't think you should be able to vote without showing a legitimate ID. But under this bill, that so-called reasonable policy would put in place requirements that are so stringent that it would mean if you don't have access to the right documentation, like a passport, you won't be able to vote for the President of the United States. The truth is, according to the U.S. State Department, only half of all Americans possess a passport. That means if this bill passed, half of all American citizens would not be able to provide one of the primary acceptable forms of documentation that would be required to vote under the SAVE Act. Additionally, under this bill, states will be barred from accepting online and mail-in voter registration unless the applicant also presents proof of citizenship in person. You know, so somebody who made the choice to change their name, who's now 85 years old and has got to go back and find a birth certificate or get a passport, and then has to show up in person to kind of get registered again, even though she's been voting for the last 50 years with no question about her citizenship. This effectively, frankly, guts online and mail-in voter registration process that are available across many states, creating, I think, an unnecessary burden for all voters, particularly rural voters, senior citizens, and individuals with disabilities. And disproportionately, I see my friend from California here, it has been states in the West, whether it is Oregon or California or Utah, that have used these tools to get more people involved. The fact is, these efforts don't make our elections more secure. All this does is disenfranchise millions of eligible voters. You know, my view is the goal of the SAFE Act is more about cutting out voters and suppressing the vote than it is about saving anything going forward. Now, we're having this debate, and we're going to probably go through lots of procedural antics that most folks won't understand. I just wish that my Republican colleagues would come back to what I think we should be spending all our time on. If we're going to spend all night, let's focus it on funding TSA, FEMA, CISA, the Coast Guard. And frankly, I believe we need to fund all the folks at Customs and Border Patrol who aren't assigned to Interior immigration enforcement. So last week, Senator Murray and Senate Democrats attempted to say, hey, we got to debate about ICE. We got to debate about some of the CBP people who are doing domestic enforcement. If we can't come to an agreement there, let's fight over that. But let's not make sure that we hold all of these other folks hostage. Unfortunately, my colleagues, Republican colleagues, blocked 5 separate bills offered by Senate Democrats that would fully fund all of the components of DHS. And particularly, I think about our hardworking TSA officers who, thank goodness, you know, they did get a paycheck on March 12th with a partial paycheck, but now they're going unpaid. And the amazing thing is, this is kind of a crisis that doesn't need to be a crisis. The fact is, last July, my Republican colleagues voted to give Department of Homeland Security a slush fund worth nearly $170 billion. Of that funding, $75 billion was a blank check to ICE, providing the agency with a budget larger than most global militaries. I actually think the ICE budget is now bigger than the French military. I know it is bigger than the FBI's budget. You know, the truth is that $75 billion could actually fund ICE for the next 7 years without any additional appropriations. Now, I'm here today because myself and my Democratic colleagues are fighting to ensure that all the funding that is used for immigration enforcement will be no longer used in inappropriate ways. I think even most of my Republican colleagues have acknowledged that what happened in Minneapolis kind of went off the rails, that we're seeing ICE agents literally abuse and brutalize Americans and disrespect basic human dignity. You know, the unfortunate thing is, under this administration, ICE has been turned, frankly, into kind of a secret police that I believe has waged enormous violence against Americans. I know in my state that of the daily quota of people they have to pick up, 80 to 85% have never violated any other law than coming into the country, and most of them are going through an amnesty process that was set up. You know, we have seen the images of ICE ripping apart families, you know, arresting moms as they drop off kids to daycare. Matter of fact, I know that I tried to go do some oversight, part of my job. It took us a lot of hoops to get through to even do that oversight. I believe because of these actions, all our citizens are less safe. So we've got to do meaningful reforms to ICE. I don't think they're outrageous, like requiring body cameras, making sure that immigration enforcement officers show their face and identify themselves, and making sure that there's proper training in upholding traditional use of force standards. These are the same requirements that my local law enforcement have to deal with every day and for years. These aren't new. These are common sense, basic accountability measures that I said that our state and local police abide by, because that's how you keep communities safe. Unfortunately, so far, the White House doesn't seem to see it that way. They continue to drag their feet on negotiations at the expense, frankly, of TSA, FEMA, Coast Guard, Customs and Border Patrol, not folks doing interior enforcement, not getting paid. That doesn't make any sense. Matter of fact, we've even seen tools where in the last shutdown, the administration didn't decide to cut off global entry or TSA pre-check, because those are actually funded by separate fees, but suddenly they decided to amp up the political pressure and close off those programs. Now, thank goodness, because of pressure from the public, the Trump administration reversed course and restarted the global entry program. But it should have never been suspended in the first place. You know, we got to get these folks paid. Take yes for an answer. Take yes for an answer. As I pointed out earlier, $75 billion for ICE. You know, it's not going to stop. We've got to get the reforms in place. So let's keep the negotiations going. We ought to get them done. You know, I want to make sure that the TSA agents at Dulles, at National, at airports across my Commonwealth get their paychecks. As a state on the ocean, I want to make sure that Coast Guard gets their paycheck. We've been hit hard by Hurricane Helene. I want to make sure FEMA gets funded. And CISA, the cybersecurity agency, one of the things that guards against foreign malign influence, which has been decimated by this administration as we go into an election season where I extraordinarily fear foreign interference. Close to 50% of the personnel have been cut and eliminated. So we can do better. We must do better. We can debate the SAVE Act, which I think is, again, about voter disenfranchisement, not voter safety or integrity. But I do think while we debate this, why not go ahead and take yes for an answer and fund all of the other components of DHS so those folks who help protect us day in and day out get their paychecks? Let's reopen these critical agencies. Let's acknowledge that ICE has got $75 billion slush fund that we can complain about as Democrats, the Democrats in the room, but it is the law of the land. They've got the resources. In the meantime, why hold up the pay of these Americans who are doing so many things to keep us safe? I think those folks deserve better. I think we all deserve better. I guess I'm a little old-fashioned. I actually think back to the subject at hand. You know, our elections are better if more people participate. I'm welcome to have more folks participate. Citizens participate. Citizens participate. Unfortunately, this SAVE Act cuts back on a whole lot of Americans that will be disenfranchised simply because, oh my gosh, they did the radical thing of changing their name when they got married. Or, oh my gosh, they were willing to join our military. Or, oh my gosh, they're aged and they think, you know, they don't want to spend $150 to get a passport. Our country deserves better. Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, I too rise in opposition to S. 1383, the so-called Save America Act. I think a better name, more actually representative of the content of the bill, would be the Save Republicans from the Consequences of Their Actions Act. And I have some other choice names for it too, but not exactly appropriate for the Senate floor. So we'll stick to the SAVE Act, just to be short. Mr. President, last year, President Trump and Republicans in Congress promised the American people that they would lower costs across the board, but specifically health care costs. If you recall, just a few months ago, they promised to do something about the 15 million people that were being kicked off their health insurance when they failed to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. They failed on that promise. The administration's war on clean energy has driven electricity prices up 13% since Trump took office. So much for all of the above energy strategies, so much for energy dominance. The price of oil is up 40%. And gasoline is up 25% and rising in these few short weeks since Donald Trump initiated an unauthorized war on Iran. That's the largest single-month increase in gas prices since Hurricane Katrina, just for context. Now, I don't need to tell you all that many people are struggling with the rising cost of rents or their mortgages, while the Speaker of the House reportedly told House Republicans that the president thinks, quote, no one gives a bleep about housing. Well, President Trump, listen to this. 76% of renters and non-homeowners asked in a recent poll by the National Association of Realtors that they don't think they'll ever be able to afford to buy a house. This Senate at least passed the bipartisan Road to Housing Act last week. And if our colleagues in the House got their act together, that bill has the potential to do a whole lot of good. In addition to health care and housing, Congress urgently needs to act and deliver long overdue disaster assistance for California and a number of other states and regions affected by disaster this last year. So there's a lot of truly pressing issues for us to be focusing on and taking action on right now. But are we addressing any of those? on this to-do list this week? No, not even close. Instead of focusing on the affordability crisis or trying to save us from endless wars, Senate Republicans are once again doing Donald Trump's bidding. This time, they're making his conspiracy-fueled election takeover bill their top priority. Now, since we've launched into this debate over the bill, we've already heard all sorts of debunked lies and misinformation and misrepresentations repeated over and over again by our Republican colleagues. So let me make a few things very clear. First of all, no, this is not a simple voter ID bill. The latest version of the SAVE Act is a Trojan horse, actually. It's a voter suppression bill filled with poison pills and designed to change the rules of the election as we're in the middle of primary election season already and the November election on the horizon. And for what? For partisan political gain? The president himself has said that if this bill passes, Republicans, quote, will never lose a race. For 50 years, we won't lose a race, end quote. The lead sponsor of this bill in the Senate has stated, quote, Republicans will lose power, likely for a long time, if we don't get the Save America Act passed, end quote. Colleagues, it doesn't get any more obvious than that. And here's how it works. The voter ID rhetoric is actually a bait and switch. The SAVE Act does not allow Americans to use their driver's licenses or other common forms of ID to register to vote. That's right. The SAVE Act does not allow Americans to use their driver's licenses or common IDs to register to vote. The SAVE Act would require a passport in order to vote, something that half of Americans don't have. Not to mention the $165 it costs and a 4 to 6 week wait time to get one. And if you're one of the 148 million Americans who does not have a passport, but you're otherwise eligible to vote, you'll need to, maybe dig through the attic or call your parents to try to find your original birth certificate. That's if you still even have it. According to one survey, there's an estimated 21 million people who lack access to these documents. That's a big chunk of the electorate. And if you're one of the 69 million married women who chose to change your name when you got married, tough luck. Your name doesn't match your birth certificate anymore, even if you can find the birth certificate. So now you have to jump through additional hoops and bring your birth certificate and your marriage license to the election office. That is your recourse. Because just to make this even more of a burden, the SAVE Act mandates that you bring these documents, and let me quote from the bill, in person to the office of the appropriate election official and sign an affidavit. That's what the text of the bill says. And as a result, millions of women are going to face additional barriers to the ballot than their spouses have to face. Why does anybody have time for that? Some evening after work? Maybe on a weekend? That's assuming elections offices are open in the evenings and on weekends. So more than likely, someone's going to have to take time off of work to register to vote or renew their registration. What does the SAVE Act mean in practice if, heaven forbid, this passed and was signed into law? Bottom line is the complete elimination of voter registration as we've known it for decades. The voter registration drives that we see in communities and on college campuses, gone. Online voter registration or mailing in a voter registration card, which you sign under penalty of perjury, by the way, gone. Motor voter. Do you remember that element of the 1993 National Voter Registration Act that was passed with overwhelming bipartisan support of Congress, creating an opportunity to register to vote when you're doing your business at the Department of Motor Vehicles, that too, gone or thrown into chaos. It seems like the goal is actually very, very clear. Let's eliminate opportunities for people to register to vote and have their voices heard in the elections. Now, all of that was in the original SAVE Act, which thankfully this Senate had the good sense to not even take up. But this new version of the bill that is now before the Senate, we know was rushed through the House of Representatives and now seems to be rushed through the Senate without a single hearing. And this version is even worse. How can it get worse? Folks, you're going to love hearing this. This bill mandates that all 50 states share their confidential voter roll information with Trump's Department of Homeland Security. That's right. Let me say that again. Every state would be required to hand over confidential voter data to Trump's Department of Homeland Security, which, by the way, does not run elections. If they have any role in elections, it's to assist state and local governments with cybersecurity, but they're backtracking on that responsibility. By the way, this is the same Department of Homeland Security which has been found in violation of 200 court orders since December alone, just in Minnesota alone. And this is who the SAVE Act would entrust to take over voter list maintenance for every state in the nation? For what purpose? So that political appointees of this administration can go through the lists, again, every voter in every state, and order people that were on the voter rolls to be purged from those lists. This isn't a hypothetical, folks. The fact is they're already test driving this power with states who are choosing to cooperate. At least 12 states have provided the full statewide voter registration lists, including driver's license information and Social Security information. They either did it voluntarily or they succumbed to the political pressure by Donald Trump. And the results of this demonstration should alarm all of us. ProPublica, the Texas Tribune, and other sources have found that rather than identifying non-citizens on the rolls, DHS is sending back to the states false positives, directing people to be removed from the voter list who are actually United States citizens and eligible to vote. That's right. This lawless and incompetent DHS is already trying to purge thousands of eligible Americans from the voter lists. And if this bill were to pass, it would supercharge those efforts with actual congressional authorization. Is that what your goal is? Is that what you intend to do? Not on my watch. Not on my watch. But there's even more troubling provisions in this voter suppression bill. If you listen to Donald Trump, or better yet, just check the White House website. It says, and once again I quote, no mail-in ballots, with only a few very narrow exceptions. So this bill would also ban no excuse absentee voting, which is widely used in 28 states across the country. And according to reports, President Trump himself has voted by mail. Over 48 million people voted by mail in 2024. That's about 1 in 3 voters across the country, or ballots cast across the country. And let me be clear about something. This is not a blue state versus red state dynamic. The list of states that have no excuse vote by mail include Alaska, Florida, Idaho, Iowa, Kansas, Maine, Montana, Nebraska, North Carolina, North and South Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. But sadly, too many Republicans simply cannot admit that Emperor Trump has no clothes when it comes to elections. Why are we doing this? I gotta suspect that there's two primary reasons for this voter suppression effort. First, because President Trump and the agenda that this Republican majority has supported has been so bad, not just so unpopular, but so harmful to American families that they're trying to limit who can have a voice in the midterm elections. The second, clearly, is Donald Trump's obsession with the big lie and his refusal to accept the fact that he lost the 2020 presidential election. Now, we all know that after losing that 2020 election, Donald Trump encouraged a mob of his supporters to storm this building, the United States Capitol, including this very chamber, on January 6th. Why? Because every single court case, every investigation and recount confirmed the same exact thing. Donald Trump lost that election. But he felt like he needed to stop the peaceful transfer of power. Thank God for all the officers from the more than 15 federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, as well as the National Guard, who protected the Capitol that day. And I'm grateful, I hope we're grateful on a bipartisan basis, that we have a plaque commemorating their heroism finally hanging in the Capitol. But here we are 6 years later, and Trump is as obsessed as ever with vengeance, pursuing vindictive prosecutions of his perceived enemies, seizing ballots in Georgia, because I guess he's still trying to find those 11,870 votes, sending subpoenas for the 2020 Cyber Ninjas audit, yes, the one that found that Joe Biden won Arizona by even more votes than originally thought. So make no mistake, the SAVE Act isn't about protecting our elections, it's about attacking them. Mr. President, as you can tell, I'm strongly opposed to this anti-voter bill, and I will do everything in my power to defeat it. And no, I'm not alone. Senate Democrats will fight this voter suppression bill tooth and nail, day after day, night after night, for as long as it takes to protect our democracy. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. President. 250 years ago, actually 250 years ago this summer, we wrote a letter to good King George III. And in that letter, we now call the Declaration of Independence, we complained about foreign intervention into the activities of Americans, the colonists, who wanted the right to be able to actually control our own destiny. We wanted the ability to be able to speak for our own future, decide for our own families, without having foreign interference coming across an ocean to be able to affect us. We determined that we wanted to run our own nation. Now, 250 years later, we still want to run our own nation. We want to make our own decisions without foreign interference, without anyone stepping in and telling us as Americans who we're going to be and what we're going to do. We disagree with each other enough. We don't need individuals from the outside coming in and expressing their opinion. We handle this as Americans. And the way that we do that is with elections. Elections have been routinely done through the history of our country since our Constitution was ratified in 1789. It has been a distinguishing mark of the United States. We're the oldest functioning constitutional democracy in the world. And in our republic, we choose representatives. Those representatives speak on our behalf. And if we decide we don't like them for whatever reason, we choose different representatives. But we, as Americans, choose our own path through our own elected officials. That's what we do, and we do it on a regular, consistent basis. Now, in the earliest days, it was literally a wooden box and slips of paper. We've improved that over the years. Step by step, decade after decade, we've done elections a little bit differently. Now, they're done differently all over the country on it, but we have some basic foundational rules that also guide us. We choose our own leaders, but we do it the right way. Wasn't always that way. But as we've improved, we make our elections more transparent, better, faster responses, giving more trust. Many folks in my generation will never forget the photograph of staring at a hanging Chad from the Bush election, with a person in an election board closely staring through a magnifying glass to try to figure out if there was a dimple on a piece of paper. There's no election system in the country that does Chads anymore because we all determined that's a terrible idea. It's just a bad way to be able to try to prove the intent of a vote. And a whole younger generation has no idea what a hanging Chad would even be because we no longer do that anymore. We protect the right of all individuals to vote, every American citizen. Because in the middle of the 1960s, we as a nation passed the Voting Rights Act, determining that every person in America has the right to be able to vote, and that would be protected, that if there'd be any jurisdiction in the country that would violate that a federal court could literally step in and to say, no, every single citizen of the country would have a protected right to vote. In fact, if you want me to read it to you, the Voting Rights Act actually begins with this simple statement: all citizens of the United States who are otherwise qualified by law to vote at any election by the people in any state, territory, district, county, city, parish, township, school district, municipality, or other territorial subdivision shall be entitled and allowed to vote. But this simple statement that the Voting Rights Act begins with all citizens. What's interesting is the Voting Rights Act protected the ability of a court to step in and say if some citizen is not being allowed to vote, the courts can step in and mandate that that actually occurs, but it did not set up a way to say, are you a citizen at all? It was just assumed that only citizens would actually be the ones to vote. It's the baseline of the civil rights, that time period in the Voting Rights Act, that our elections would be protected only for citizens. But this is a trust bill in that way, and there is no verify. What we as Republicans have brought and brought out of the House and brought to the floor of the Senate is not a trust bill, it's a trust and verify bill. It takes the next step from the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which mandated that it would only be citizens that would vote. In fact, there was a penalty actually established that if you're a non-citizen, you get up to 5 years in prison if you vote in a federal election. That's a big deal. The challenge is we have no way to be able to track it. That doesn't actually occur at any point. So we want to just be able to bring in most basic thing that all Americans all can agree on, we would hope. That only citizens of the United States would be able to vote, and that before you register to vote, we would have some way to be able to show you actually are a citizen. That, as the Voting Rights Act of 1965 said, that all of those American citizens have a protected right to be able to vote, and they can choose to, hopefully they do, or not. That's up to them as an American. So let me walk through this a little bit. The first thing I wanted to be able to say is thank you to the state election board folks and all of the state election officials and the poll workers that work for every election all across the country. We lose track of this at times. It takes almost 750,000 people just to run a federal election. 750,000. Those are poll workers, those are poll watchers, those are state election officials, those are folks that work behind the scenes in every county and parish and city and municipality all across the country. 750,000 people just to be able to pull together an election. Those folks are incredibly important to be able to protect the most basic rights of individuals to be able to vote and to protect this basic right of one person, one vote. Well, let me just share with this body, here's how we do it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we have one of the highest rated secure election systems in the country. In the country. And we encourage people to come out and to vote and to participate in the entire process. Some of the things that we choose to do is in all of our polling locations, and every time ballots are actually presented, there's always a Republican and a Democrat poll worker that's always there in every area, always. So both parties are always represented in that, so everyone can look at each other and constantly be able to check the system. We're still old school. We do a piece of paper and a marker, and you mark your ballot, and it runs through an optical scanner, and it registers that ballot was actually fully handled. And so at the end of the night, if there's any challenge at all to that ballot, we can go back to the paper ballots and actually count them by hand and to be able to verify all of them. Because we want to make sure that in every single election, we can verify every single vote every single time. In fact, at the end of the night, when the machines are finished, we literally print out on a piece of paper and post on the window of the election board location, wherever this was the election was being held. We actually publicly post out at the instant the election was done that night at 7 p.m. so that it's public information immediately how many votes were taken in this area. So if at some point it shows up later, it was a different number, everyone could see it. We have full verification through the entire process. In Oklahoma, we have voter ID at every single location and every single vote. How do we do it? If you vote in person and you show up to vote on election day, you pull out an ID and you show an ID, every single person. If you vote early, absentee, we have that all over our state in county election boards everywhere. As you walk up, you have to pull out an ID and to be able to show that ID to vote. And if you're going to mail in your ballot, we welcome that, but you've got to show ID when you actually do it. That means actually going to a location where you can get a notary that before you put your ballot in the mail, it shows your envelope, you show the ID, it shows on the envelope who the person is on it, and you actually have a notary to do that. We have voter ID at every single stage. We don't allow ballot harvesting at all. We're a very, very secure system, and we're proud of that. We want every single person to be able to vote, but we want to make sure it's one person, one vote. We occasionally still do have some folks try to vote twice. In Oklahoma, I'm sure that happens in other states as well, where they will do a request for a mail-in ballot. They'll mail it in with a notary and verify that it's them, and then on election day, they'll show up and vote again. During the last presidential election, we have a little over 1.5 million people that showed up to vote on that. We found 2 people that double voted in multiple counties and 27 people that actually double voted in the same county. 29 folks total that double voted and over a 1.5 million people. By the way, we didn't ignore those 29. They were all referred for prosecution. Because according to federal law now, according to federal law, it's up to 5 years in prison if you vote twice. So we refer folks for prosecution to say, we don't allow that. We're careful in how we do the balloting and the voting on this. But we have a voter ID, and we walk through the process to make sure that every person actually has that opportunity to be able to vote. Interestingly enough, in Oklahoma, we asked the question several years ago, how many folks showed up for jury duty, and when they showed up for jury duty, were excused from the jury duty because they went before the judge and said, I'm not a citizen of the United States. This happens all the time, actually, where someone comes in and says, I'm not a citizen of the United States, and so I need to be excused. They're not eligible for a jury if you're not a citizen of the United States. We had about 40 people in Oklahoma that made that claim and said, I'm not a citizen of the United States, but when we checked voter rolls, they were registered to vote. 40 that were excused from jury duty, but were also registered to vote. So in Oklahoma law, you know what we do? Anytime in any county, if someone says, I'm not a citizen of the United States in a jury duty, that now gets turned into a list, and if they're registered to vote, their registration gets purged. Because we're serious about only Oklahoma United States citizens voting in Oklahoma. You know why? Because 250 years ago, we fought a war against good King George to say we make our own decisions, not someone else outside of our country. We make our own. So we make sure that we purge our own voter rolls. In fact, that is state law to be able to do that. Listen, we have a very simple, straightforward proposition. It's called the Save America Act. Two most basic features of this Save America Act should not be controversial. They're simple and straightforward. We have to verify you're an American citizen. It's already federal law right now that you have to be an American citizen. We just don't verify it at all. So this is the trust and verify portion of the bill. We trust you that you're an American citizen. How about we just check? So you have to show that you're an American citizen to be able to register to vote. And the second part of it is you have to have ID to be able to vote. Again, we've done this in Oklahoma for years. This can be done and should be done. And it just shouldn't be that controversial. I have to share, though, just as who I am as a person, Mr. President, as a personal note of privilege on this, I had to smile when I saw the title of our bill as it started working its way through the very calm House of Representatives and was sent over to us. The Save America Act. There are a lot of things that can save America, and this bill is incredibly important. And it's vital that we get it done. But just as personal privilege, can I just say, I personally believe what saves America is if more people had a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. I think that'd be the greatest thing ever to be able to save the nature of our country. Our country's becoming incredibly divided and angry. People are mad and screaming at each other and don't even know why anymore. 2,000 years ago, a young lawyer walked up to Jesus and said, Rabbi, of all the teachings, of all the commandments that are out there, what's the heaviest? What's the greatest commandment? And he said, the biggest one is to love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And then he said, you didn't ask me for two, but let me give you the second one. The second one's just like the first one, he said. To love your neighbor as yourself. If we're going to save America, protecting our voting integrity is incredibly important, and let's get that done. But if we're really going to save America, not just a bill. I think we need to get back to the most basic truth, to restart again and ask ourselves as individuals that make up a nation, if we're going to love God with our heart, soul, mind, and strength, and to love our neighbor as ourselves. And as the old joke says, when the person says, "Who's my neighbor?" the response is probably the person you wish I wouldn't say. That's the person who's your neighbor. Jesus was headed towards his execution. He knew it, but the people around him didn't. And he was heading through Jericho, and as he approached Jericho, there was a tax collector there. His name was Zacchaeus. He was up in a tree because he was a little guy, because he wanted to see Jesus come by. Now, he was a wretched guy who had stolen from a lot of people in town, and everybody knew it. When Jesus saw this wretched guy, he looked at him and said, "Why don't you come down? I want to spend some more time with you." And the one person in town that everybody thought Jesus would ignore, Jesus actually pointed him out and said, "I want to spend more time with you." And at the end of the conversation, everybody looked at him and said, "Why did you spend time with that broken, depraved person?" And Jesus responded, "Because I came to seek and to save what was lost." That's why. Just a personal privilege. If we're going to talk about saving America, maybe we should start with our own souls. But in the meantime, as we contemplate that as individuals, why don't we just do the most basic thing? Why don't we verify that only American citizens are voting? Because we all know it's happening. I just told you stories from my own state. Why don't we just verify as we go through the polls to increase the trust of all Americans for our election process? I'm looking forward to the debate on the floor this week, and for folks to have the opportunity to be able to talk this through. This is something important that we need to be able to finish, and it's something strongly the American people are supportive of. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come today to request a pause in the political discourse of this chamber for a moment of reflection. As those both in this chamber and across the nation know, last Thursday, March 12, 2026, an American KC-135 refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq. The crash claimed the lives of the aircraft's 6 crew members. I would like to take a moment of the Senate's time this evening to honor 3 of Ohio's favorite sons, the airmen who were serving in the Ohio National Guard with the 121st Air Refueling Wing at Rickenbacker Air National Guard Base in Columbus. And listening to my colleague, Senator Langford, I will say this, quote a passage from John 15:13. No love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for his friends. Let me first speak of one of Ohio's favorite sons, Captain Curtis J. Angst. was 30 years old from Wilmington, Ohio. He was a KC-135 pilot with 10 years of military service. He graduated from Wilmington High School in 2014 and enlisted in Ohio's Air National Guard a year later. He earned a degree in aerospace engineering in 2020 from the University of Cincinnati. His family states that his commitment to his country was matched only by his devotion to his wife, Mary, and his passion for music, traveling, and the outdoors. His family stated that, quote, "Those who knew Curtis remember his steady kindness and the joy he carried with him everywhere he went. His constant smile and instantly recognizable laugh made people feel welcome, valued, and part of something bigger." Another family member described Captain Enk's life as one defined by service, generosity, and a genuine love for people. The Air Force says he logged 880 flight hours, 67 of which were in combat. He was promoted to captain just last November. He earned multiple honors, including the Air and Space Achievement Medal and the Meritorious Unit Award. He will be missed by his wife, Mary, his parents, and many more friends and family. Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons. See them all pictured here. There's Curtis. There's Tyler. Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons was 28 years old from Columbus, Ohio. He was a 2015 graduate of Eastmore Academy on Columbus's east side, where he was his high school's quarterback. He loved football and was a loyal fan of Texas Christian University, TCU. His service began in April 2018. His father said that Sergeant Simmons loved airplanes and always had plans for joining the Air Force. His unit commander reports that Sergeant Simmons has been posthumously promoted from tech sergeant to master sergeant. He was a musician and played both the viola and violin in his high school. Amazing talent. His family says he loved to roller skate. Tyler loved his family, but was particularly fond of his grandmother, Bernice, who at 85 years old is described as his confidant and workout buddy. Tyler's smile could light up any room. His strong presence would fill it, his family says. His mother said he loved serving in the military and that he was born for it. We mourn today alongside Master Sergeant Simmons' entire family. See them pictured there. You can see his smile. You can tell what they mean. They talk about his smile. Third individual I would like to honor is Captain Seth Koval. He was 38 years old from Mooresville, Indiana, and he was an aircraft commander with 19 years of service to our country. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in aviation operations from Purdue University in 2011. He was a KC-135R Stratotanker instructor pilot. See Captain Koval there. Captain Koval first enlisted in 2006 as a machinist with Indiana's National Guard's 122nd Fighter Wing and transferred to the Ohio National Guard, which we were welcome and loved to have him, in 2017. He flew a total of 2,076 hours, 443 of those in combat. His wife said he grew up dreaming of being a pilot. a dream that his hard work made come true. He was a man of devout faith in Jesus. He was a man of devout faith in Jesus as his Lord and Savior. He was described as loving, generous, selfless, kind-hearted, smart, devoted, and a fixer of all things, and a real outdoorsman. His loss is one mourned by many, but most of all by his wife Heather, his son, and countless other close family members and friends of Captain Seth Koval. See our three heroes right there. Mr. President, these service members, alongside their three other brothers and sisters in arms, gave the last full measure of devotion to their country last week. I thank my colleagues for hearing their stories this evening, for honoring their service, and for celebrating their lives, and for mourning their loss alongside a grateful nation. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate observe a moment of silence in remembrance of Captain Curtis Angst, Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons, and Captain Seth Koval.
Without objection.
Mr. President, may God bless these service members and their families. I yield the floor.
Mr. President?
The senior senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, I'd like to echo my colleague's sentiment. I think he said it beautifully and perfectly. I think he honored these three brave soldiers really well. I would like to, of course, join him in recognizing Captain Seth Koval, Captain Curtis Angst, and Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons, who made the ultimate sacrifice for the United States of America and gave their lives to our country. You see them pictured here. I'm a dad, kids that age, and I can't imagine what their mom and dad, their siblings, family members must be going through. But, Mr. President, it's far too easy for us to take the blessings of freedom and liberty for granted here in America. We are lucky to live in a stable democracy. And while our public discourse can sometimes be heated, I look at my colleague from Vermont, and sometimes at the end of the day, we leave and we're frustrated and aggravated about why we can't get this or that. I think it's important for us to acknowledge that at the end of the day, we still break bread together. At the end of the day, we acknowledge, and at least we must acknowledge, that what unites us is much, much greater than what divides us. The honest truth is that we live in the luckiest country. We're absolutely the luckiest people on earth to live here in the United States of America. We enjoy the blessings of liberty every day. But on days like today, it's important for us to remember why we can live with these liberties. And it's because of the selfless sacrifice of young men and young women, but in this case, 3 young men that gave their lives for that. They signed up, as my colleague from Ohio said, without hesitation. They served honorably and with incredible sacrifice they gave the ultimate to this nation. These three Ohioans were the most courageous and selfless individuals of our great nation. They were in the National Guard not for fame, not for fortune, but because they always felt ready to be called on to protect and defend our great nation. As distinguished members of Ohio's National Guard, they answered that call that their unit was activated. They didn't hesitate. They didn't doubt. They didn't worry. They were ready to go and serve, not for themselves, for all of us, every single one of us. It's their sacrifice that allows us to debate the issues of this democracy every single day. So, Mr. President, when the Senate concludes its business today, and each of us goes our own merry way, and we sleep in safety and peace, let us not forget that there is a soldier in some distant corner of the world standing watch on our behalf, looking out for us. And if their families are anything like my family and like my wife, there's a mom waiting by the phone, hoping and praying that they never get the call that these three soldiers' families got. As we think of those young airmen, Captain Kova, Captain Angst, Master Sergeant Simmons, who put their lives in harm's way for this country, let us remember these words from the Air Force Chaplains Corps Book of Prayers. And I quote, "Our Heavenly Father, it is in this hour of stunned grief, our first reaction is silence. But in our silence, as many airmen before us have done, we turn to you and ask for your presence and reassurance and guidance." My colleague, Senator Houston, and I have put together a resolution honoring the families. We will file that tomorrow in the United States Senate. We will also fly to Dover Air Force Base to pay our respects for the airmen in person. And I think what all of us have to do in a moment like this is understand that the issues that we debate here every single day in this hall that will live well beyond any of our lifetimes, that existed well before any of us walked the earth, that we have the humility to understand the weight of our decision making. That while, yes, sadly, by the way, politics always plays a role in a political environment, that we take note of how everything we do affects many, many American families. And I would ask that in this moment where we're debating a lot of issues, that we just take one step back and realize with deep humility the responsibility we should all feel for these families. That when we see these young men, we realize that decisions made here in Washington, D.C. carry enormous weight. Not to be flippant about it, not to think about what it means for a social media post. These are really important decisions that we make here. And thank God that we have soldiers like these three young men that were willing to answer the call of this country. And as we get into heated debates between Republicans and Democrats, and we start posturing and wondering what this group or that group is going to think, let's just have a little moment and realize that if not for the sacrifice of men like this, we would not even be able to do any of it. So, Mr. President, thank you for giving us the opportunity to honor these three men. Hopefully what this does is it adds, during this week that's obviously going to be contentious, a moment of self-reflection and humility for this chamber that I think is so desperately, desperately needing. And to the mom and dad of these three young soldiers, I can't even process what you're going through. I can't even imagine the emotions that you're feeling. And just know that America is grateful beyond words for the sacrifice that your heroic sons made. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I'd like to begin by referencing the remarks of my colleague from Ohio and expressing my gratitude for the service and sacrifice of the airmen lost in action over Iraq recently. As many know, Dover Air Force Base in Dover, Delaware, is where the remains of every American who falls in service to our nation overseas first returns to our soil. My state and the men and women of the Dover community and Dover Air Force Base have long considered it a sacred obligation, a blessing, and an opportunity to welcome the families who are grieving, to help prepare their sons and daughters for ultimate burial in their home states. And we have welcomed many senators from across the country to what's known as a dignified transfer, which they carry out with great solemnity. So let me join my colleagues from Ohio in expressing deep gratitude to the families of those who've fallen in action in the air over Iraq, and for their service and sacrifice, and for the support to the U.S. military that all of us should be offering at this time of great solemnity. With that, Mr. President, I'm going to turn to the issue of the day in front of this chamber. What is the issue of the day? It's a bill known as the SAVE Act. It's a bill that is principally focused on voter disenfranchisement and voter suppression. Americans today face a whole series of crises: the cost of living and the war in Iran. Our war of choice in Iran is now in its third week, and the cost to American families continues to rise. Prices, costs at home for consumers are rising as well. I just checked a few minutes ago, and a month ago in my home state of Delaware, a gallon of gas was $2.87. Today, it's $3.68. That's a 30% jump in just a month, the fastest increase in gas prices since the 1973 oil embargo. Nationally, a similar rise, $2.95 to $3.84. The larger point is most Americans know they're paying a lot more at the pump. They're paying more at the pump, and it's going to end up having all sorts of secondary consequences for costs. Because what passes through the Strait of Hormuz isn't just oil. It's oil, it's natural gas, it's petrochemicals, it's fertilizers, it's helium. It's a whole series of things essential to our modern economy. We are on the verge of planting season. It will soon be spring. And American farmers are seeing their fertilizer prices jump as well. You might not have ever thought of it, but helium is absolutely critical to a whole series of advanced industrial products, both medical and semiconductor. And it's a byproduct of natural gas production. Most of the world's helium also passes through the Strait of Hormuz. And as I'm sure you've heard many times today on the news and on the floor, Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz, not for Iranian ships, not for allied ships going to China or to other countries, but for the United States and our allies. We've watched steadily in the last few years as our adversaries have come closer and closer together. Iran, China, North Korea, Russia. These four countries have deep and rapidly deepening partnerships in military security, in cyber offense, in support for terrorism throughout the world. And President Trump chose, to take us to war against Iran. Recent polling of Americans shows that by an 18 percentage point margin, the Americans polled actually think President Trump is focused on the wrong thing. That instead of focusing on the cost of living, instead of focusing on growing our economy, instead of focusing on making American manufacturing and innovation strong again, he's focused on the war in Iran. And here in the Senate of the United States, we're focused on a bill that will take away the chance to vote for millions of Americans. In 2024, 48 million Americans voted by mail. Vote by mail has been the law for decades in several of our Western states. It's secure, it's been shown to be resistant to fraud, and it is a long-standing tradition in majority Democrat states. If the SAVE Act were to become law, vote by mail would end. 70 million American women would be disenfranchised by this law, including my wife and my mother, because their birth certificates and their current names on their passports and their driver's licenses are not the same. Like millions and millions of American women, they changed their name upon getting married. This law would require them to go through an expensive and complex process to restore their right to vote. And last, the mandated sharing of every state's voter rolls with the Department of Homeland Security for them to run it through some Doge algorithm and throw off the voter rolls millions and millions of Americans is a solution in search of a problem. The Heritage Foundation looked at the last 20 years of voting and found virtually no examples of those who are not here legally voting in American elections. That handful of examples is what is demanding that we pass today, that we focus today on a bill that we know would disenfranchise tens of millions of Americans. I think it is a profound misdirection of the time and energy of this body, when the number one issue that I'm hearing from Delawareans about is why are we at war in Iran? I don't really have an answer. And in classified briefings I've attended recently with my colleagues, both on the Foreign Relations Committee, the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, and the full Senate, I haven't gotten a better answer in those classified briefings than we've gotten in public. The military is focused on a few fairly clearly defined objectives. But the president and his so-called Secretary of War keep throwing out other goals, other objectives, regime change, ending any possibility in the future of any nuclear enrichment by Iran, stopping Iran's ability to project power influence in the region. Our core challenge is that President Trump has offered a maximum goal, overthrow the regime of a large and populous country that has, yes, a brutal and murderous regime that has suppressed its own people and spread terrorism throughout the region, but that is very powerfully ensconced. They are bombing them day after day after day. And unfortunately, what the Iranians are showing is that when we've pushed them to the wall and said we intend to overthrow your regime, they're unleashing everything they've got. I think President Trump learned the wrong lesson from killing Qasem Soleimani, the general in charge of the IRGC, in his first term. General Soleimani, an evil man whose passing I would not grieve for a moment, who had the blood of Americans on his hands. But when previous presidents considered taking him out, they were cautioned that Iran will strike back. It will use its cyber capabilities, its global terrorism network. It'll close the Strait of Hormuz. It'll go after Americans. And Trump took that bold action, and Iran did not respond in those ways. We waited, but did not see. Despite threats to carry out terrorist attacks against Americans, we did not see Iran respond with full force. And then last summer, President Trump ordered Operation Midnight Hammer, something that had been funded, practiced, developed over many presidencies over decades. And massive bombs were dropped on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities at Natanz, at Isfahan, at Fordo, designed underground to have the capability to resist any but the most massive attack. Again, when weighing the possibility of using military force to deny Iran the possibility of a nuclear bomb, previous presidents were cautioned. Iran will use everything they've got. They'll close the Strait of Hormuz. They'll carry out cyber attacks. They'll carry out terrorist attacks in the United States. And they largely didn't. What's the difference? In those two previous attacks, President Trump and the Secretary of War never said that our goal was regime change. This time they did. So when the leaders of this administration, when this president says they're surprised that Iran is attacking all of our partners and allies in the Gulf, surprised that Iran is launching drones at American embassies, surprised that Iran is using its naval mines, its light, fast, cheap, effective drones to close the Strait of Hormuz, how could they possibly be surprised? This has been prepared for by folks in the Pentagon for many, many years. Every intelligence briefing I've had on Iran over my 15 years here, they've said they have three tools. Their ballistic missiles and drones, their capability as an aggressive cyber force, and a global network of dispersed terrorists capable of inflicting pain on civilian populations. When we came short of an all-out assault on the regime, they de-escalated. We negotiated, and we were able to step back from the brink of full-on regional war. But this war, where our president did not seek the approval of this chamber, did not fully brief the American people, he posted a midnight Truth Social video recorded in his West Palm Beach resort. He did not address the American people. He did not address the American Congress. Instead, he launched into a war with our ally Israel that he said was about regime change. And what he has succeeded in doing is killing an aging, cancer-ridden Ayatollah and replacing him with a 30-year younger, more conservative, likely to be more aggressive and repressive Ayatollah. And they're showing us the lessons of Vietnam, of Iraq, and of our own revolution. 250 years ago, a small, hardy band of American patriots took on the world's greatest military power. And over the course of that long war, the Americans showed we didn't have to win any battles. In fact, we lost almost every major battle. But we kept melding back into the woods, reappearing, and imposing costs on the British and their Hessian mercenaries. All we had to do was not lose, and we survived. In our war in South Vietnam, in a war in the region against North Vietnamese forces, we dropped huge amounts of munitions from the air. We enjoyed massive air superiority and technical superiority. And all the North Vietnamese had to do was not lose, meld into the jungle, avoid ever engaging with us in a major conflagration where we could win. And in the end, exhausted, we left. I could give a summary of what happened in Iraq, but it's largely the same. We have been tempted to believe that our massive technological superiority, our ability to deliver weapons and armaments with great precision at huge volume will inevitably win the war in Iran, when in fact, with their back against the wall, this hateful, murderous regime of the mullahs and ayatollahs in Tehran is perfectly capable of suppressing their own people and of using their thousands of drones to keep plinking away at Dubai, at Qatar, at Oman, at Saudi Arabia, at our embassies, hurting our families, and taking the lives of our soldiers. Folks, in my view, the costs are just too high. We've lost 13 brave American soldiers so far. We've had chaos and dislocation at our embassies and consulates that were not adequately prepared to be evacuated. We've seen the cost of gas and fertilizer and natural gas and oil skyrocket, all of which could have been dealt with more responsibly through better planning. Last, when you're going into a fight, you want as many allies as possible by your side. President George W. Bush made the case to the United Nations, to the Congress, and to our allies, and assembled a coalition. Today, when President Trump acts surprised that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz, he is desperately at the last minute calling up and haranguing leaders of our long-trusted closest allies. And surprised, because they weren't involved in the run-up to this war, many have demurred. Then Trump commits again what I think is a horrible offense against our NATO allies. He said yesterday, NATO has never stood by us. I knew all along we couldn't count on NATO. Well, Mr. President, it was earlier this year that I led a bipartisan delegation to Denmark, at exactly the time that our president was threatening to extract Greenland from Denmark, either by force or by the use of tariffs against our closest NATO partners. And during that fight, President Trump said, "We never asked NATO for a thing, and they never did a thing for us." And Senator Tillis and I and our delegation went and laid a memorial wreath at the site where Danes remember the 52 Danish soldiers who died serving alongside Americans in Afghanistan and Iraq. It is not true that NATO has never come to our defense and NATO has done nothing for us. In fact, only once has the NATO self-defense, mutual defense treaty been invoked, after 9/11, by our NATO allies, at our request for our defense. And nearly a third of the combat casualties of the very long and violent war in Afghanistan were NATO troops. So, Mr. President, rather than distracting the American people with this flawed bill designed to accomplish voter suppression, I think you might want to go back to the history books, because it's recent history, and we all lived through it. We have been blessed by the strongest alliance in human history, and our NATO allies last year stepped up and offered tens of billions more for their defense and ours. They have stood by us. And had you done your job and planned for this war appropriately and consulted with Congress and the American people and engaged our allies, you'd be in a very different place than you are today. A place today where our costs are rising and our credibility is sinking. Not a great place for the American people. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
I'd like to speak about the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act, the Save America Act, is part of President Trump's and the Republican agenda to disenfranchise voters. You know, I heard my colleague from Oklahoma talk about the Voting Rights Act, and that was really an effort on the part of this Congress to respect and ensure that people who were being denied the vote had the right to vote. And it did take federal action to make that citizens' right a reality. The SAVE Act is really an effort to interfere with the right of people to vote, and it's based on an assertion that is flat out false about widespread voter fraud. And of course, that goes back to January 6th, after the election defeat in 2020, when President Trump then said that that election was rigged and it was false. The outcome was not correct. There was litigation. 63 courts ruled that the president had lost to President Biden. The president is now relying on conspiracy theorists like Kurt Olson, one of the lawyers who pushed Trump's Stop the Steal efforts in court, to now lead the effort seizing election materials related to the 2020 election. And those claims have been debunked, even by many Republican elected officials. A lot of our local Republican elected officials care deeply about protecting the right of citizens to vote. Last month, President Trump said that the Republicans should, quote, take over the election administration in 15 states. In any attempt by a president, including this president, to take over elections is flat out unconstitutional, as Article 1, Section 4 of the Elections Clause of the U.S. Constitution gives states the duty to administer elections, and Congress the ability to legislate laws around election administration. The executive branch itself has literally no role in direct election administration. And this system works. It's worked well for 250 years. because the states are best positioned to identify and create policies that meet the needs and accommodations of their own communities. There's public reporting that officials in President Trump's White House have been coordinating with far-right activists and operatives like Jerome Corsi to declare a baseless national emergency. We've heard that term used quite a bit in this administration, but to declare a national emergency surrounding the 2026 election. That term has been used, it's been invoked to justify the imposition of tariffs unilaterally by the president with respect to the IEEPA tariffs. The Supreme Court held that that position was unconstitutional. We haven't had the court weigh in on, quote, a national emergency that may be declared around voting, but it's worth very much taking seriously. The Trump administration has defunded election security infrastructure, while at the same time making false claims that our elections are insecure. The administration has gutted the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Act, known as CISA, which Congress created in 2018 to oversee programs responsible for securing our elections, like the cyber threat intelligence. The administration is also trying to seize voters' personal data in violation of federal privacy laws, despite research proving that non-citizen voting is very, very rare. This is a concerted effort on the part of the president, whose ire over losing the 2020 election resulted in January 6th, and has also been a sustained campaign on the part of the president to insist that that election was bogus. The Save America Act in any form, as it's drafted, would block millions of U.S. citizens from voting. And we can have reasonable ID requirements, like allowing U.S. citizens to register with a driver's license or a military ID. Several states have them. Vermont does not have that except at the initial point of registering, and we have such good high-level participation by voters and basically zero election fraud. But voter registration should permit all eligible citizens, and only eligible citizens, to register to vote and vote in federal elections. That's already federal law. That is not what this Save America legislation does. Your driver's license, Mr. President, wouldn't work. That wouldn't be a valid ID. Your real ID wouldn't work. It gets us on a plane, gets us through security, but it wouldn't work to get you in to vote. Your military ID. We just had a tribute to our soldiers. But our soldiers with that ID would not be allowed to use that to be able to register to vote. If your passport has your maiden name on it, as millions of American women's passports do, that won't work because it doesn't correspond to their married name. The list of acceptable identification under the SAVE Act to register to vote, such as passports or birth certificates, is stricter than many of the 36 states which do require some identification to vote. And therein lies the problem, because the more onerous you make this, the more difficult it is. A person who doesn't have a passport, doesn't have a driver's license, has to do something just for the purpose of voting. The fewer people are going to be able to do that. So here are some facts that we should not ignore. About 146 million Americans don't have a passport. In 2024, 153 million Americans voted. And by the way, passports are pretty expensive. A new passport is at least $165 for the passport application and the facility acceptance fee, or even more if you want it expedited. And approximately 69 million women have a birth certificate with their maiden name and not the name matching their identification, meaning their birth certificates would be insufficient identification for voter registration under this bill. How can we do that? to millions of American women. 11% of registered voters don't have access to their birth certificate. 52% of registered voters do not have an unexpired passport with their current legal name. And 9% of all eligible voters do not have easy access to documentary proof of citizenship. These details really matter. You know, it's not just the top line name voter ID. It's what is in this legislation that limits what can be a legitimate voter ID for the purposes of voting. And even if voters were to provide documentary proof of citizenship, verifying the authenticity of those documents is an inherently complex task, when that election officials in motor vehicle departments often don't have the resources or training to perform. Mr. President, the Save America Act would disenfranchise Americans of all ages and races, but younger voters, rural voters, poorer voters would suffer disproportionately. Rural voters, and by the way, 60% of whom identify as Republican, would face some of the largest hurdles to showing up in person at their election office to register to vote. Many rural voters rely heavily on remote voter registration methods that would be effectively blocked by the Save America Act, such as registering to vote online or mailing in an application. And also, these voters rely greatly on mail-in voting. This has been an incredible convenience for voters and reliable. This would become much more difficult under this legislation, with the need to scan and print out copies of their voter ID. And by the way, when it comes to seniors, nearly half of all seniors don't have a passport. The Save America Act would make it harder for Americans to register and vote in 2026. If the Save America Act were signed into law, it would go into effect immediately, overnight, changing the requirements for voter registration for all Americans from the day before the act was signed to the day after. This would effectively block voter registration methods nearly all Americans use, and adding new restrictions on voting at the polls and by mail in virtually every state. It would be a mess. The bill not only requires proof of citizenship, but also proof of residence in order to register. This could block even more voters from voting. Roughly 9% of the U.S. population has moved to a new home within their own state in the past year, but many will not update their driver's license until they expire. More people who aren't going to be able to vote, who are entitled to vote. And right now we have protections 90 days out from an election that prevents voters from being removed from the rolls. This bill would end those protections. The Save America Act would eliminate mail registration, and it would disrupt online registration. In 2022, Mr. President, more than 7 million Americans registered to vote by mail, and almost 11 million Americans registered to vote online without any problem to election integrity. These bills would also require online registration systems to be overhauled to fit the bill's requirements. The bill would also prohibit universal mail voting, requiring all male voters to submit an application in order to receive a mail ballot. A lot of bureaucracy here being created. This would end the longstanding principal method of voting in 8 states and in Washington, D.C., and, by the way, in my state of Vermont. The bill would require voters registering to vote by mail to submit documentary proof of citizenship, which states do not currently require. And by the way, that's without incident. Mail-in voting supports rural communities that local election administrators can't reach well. This is why several of my Republican colleague states in Nebraska, Idaho, North Dakota make mail-in voting possible for certain voters. Arkansas and Louisiana allow digital IDs as valid voter identification. Mr. President, the Trump administration has been on a furious effort to silence citizens and deny them our most fundamental constitutional right, the right to vote. The show your papers requirement is an attack on the freedom to vote. Congress should stand firm to protect the right of all of our citizens to vote and reject the Save America Act. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to follow my very eloquent colleague from Vermont in the common cause that brings us to the floor tonight, which is to say no to a bill that so fundamentally and far-reachingly would undermine, in fact, destroy our democracy. It may sound like an exaggeration, but it is the truth. Republicans want you to believe that this bill is about making sure that citizens vote. Actually, it's about making sure that citizens cannot vote. Trump and the Republicans can't win their policy decisions, so they must win by taking away the vote this November and for elections to come. And make no mistake, this bill will take away votes from millions of Americans. Literally, it will roll back the clock on the civil rights era, on decades earlier during Reconstruction, on the Civil War itself. It will move America back in time and jeopardize our very democracy. The simple fact is, 21 million Americans do not have the requisite documentation this bill requires to register to vote. Passports are expensive. A passport book costs more than $100. And birth certificates are not readily accessible to many, many people. I have to admit, I don't know where my birth certificate is. And there are many people who may not have their birth certificate at all and will have to try to track it down and then spend the money that's necessary to obtain it. And then for 69 million married women who've changed their names, but whose documentation reflects at birth their maiden names, they will be required to provide documentary proof of citizenship plus additional documentation like a marriage certificate, or they'll have to sign an affidavit. The Save America Act is not about saving America. If it were, it would not make it harder for service men and women, our veterans and our military families to vote. Think of it for a moment. It fails to recognize military IDs as valid proof of citizenship. I want to emphasize this point for a moment because I think it so epitomizes what is evil about this legislation. A military ID can grant service members access to military bases, highly secure, sometimes classified, and in some cases, restricted facilities. But under this Republican proposal, it just isn't enough to allow those service members access to the ballot box, the foundation of democracy. They can go to bases, they can go to restricted areas, they can go to other kinds of military facilities, but they cannot go to vote. And it imposes burdens on service members abroad, including children of service members. It excludes them, military voters born abroad, and it imposes burdens on service members and military families stationed overseas, requiring in-person proof of citizenship at a government office in the United States when registering or updating voter registration. So in order to vote, they have to know about the law, then they have to make a trip to a government office, probably while they're on leave, limited amounts of time. They want to be with their family, and they have to spend additional time going to a government office to register to vote. These are men and women defending a right to vote, and this bill restricts their right to vote. The bill would also impose unacceptable barriers to voting for disabled veterans and veterans living in rural communities. It would require veterans to travel long distances simply to register or update their registration. And yet, for veterans with service-connected disabilities, mobility challenges, or limited transportation options, this requirement will create unacceptable obstacles for them to exercise their right to vote. Veterans, again, who serve and sacrifice for our country, who defend our rights and liberties, including the right to vote, would themselves effectively be denied that right. It's wrong. It's wrong morally. It's probably wrong constitutionally. Our service members, military spouses, and children and veterans sacrifice so much for this country. It seems unfathomable and unforgivable to make it harder for the military community to vote because of one president's vanity and vengeance and political gains and the effort to win elections. Senate Republicans make a lot of promises when it comes to our veterans and our military. They have the best rhetoric going. I want to remind them, promises are meaningless unless they're kept. Words are ineffectual unless there is action to support them. And while we sit here debating a bill that will make it harder for members of the military and veterans to vote, I want to remind this body that Senate Republicans continue to block the Richard Starr Act, the major Richard Starr Act, a bipartisan bill to deliver combat-injured veterans their full military pension. That's right. Republicans have blocked it twice just this year. Let's keep in mind what this legislation does and why it is supported by the vast majority of members of Congress and the people of the United States. It says, in effect, you cannot deduct from a combat-injured retiree's pay the amount that goes to that person for disability compensation. Republicans say the cost is too high. They say it is double-dipping. Our veterans have earned both retirement pay and disability compensation. They have earned it. It is not something given to them out of charity. They've not only blocked passage of that bill, but they've also blocked my efforts even to allow floor consideration of it. I asked for unanimous consent twice, just to give us a vote. Let that sink in. They will not even allow a vote. It wouldn't take more than 30 minutes. Let's see if we have the votes. Let's see who's going to be accountable. We made a promise to these veterans that they would receive both retirement and disability benefits. Our legislation would deliver on that promise. Republicans in leadership can't find the courage to give this legislation a vote, despite 77 members sponsoring it, both sides of the aisle, across the ideological spectrum, and yet they've found floor time to try to pass this mockery of a bill, to pass the Save America Act, a bill that will make it harder for our military and our veterans to vote. This isn't the message we should be sending to Americans, especially amid action that is putting more troops in harm's way. What a time. American troops deployed in kinetic action, in harm's way, and the Save America Act has a single, simple goal: turning away American voters at the ballot box, including our military and our veterans. We've seen this discouragement of voting time and again, sending Tulsi Gabbard to Fulton, Georgia, continuing the false narrative that somehow there was fraud in the Georgia vote, continuing the distorted message that there is voting fraud rampant in the nation. The statistics and the facts prove this contention is absolutely wrong. It is false, fallacious, mistaken. The intimidation of poll workers, the demand for voting information, private information not available to the public, all of it unjustified, probably illegal. This administration continues to pursue it because the goal is to suppress the vote. Let's be clear. Voter suppression is the objective. This bill is the cornerstone of that vast voter suppression effort. I'll give them credit for its consistency. It has been constant. The effort that President Trump is demanding of Republicans in Congress to pass the Save America Act, a bill that would constitute the most significant restriction on the right to vote in generations, because Republicans cannot win this November without it. And they've said the quiet part out loud. In fact, President Trump has shouted the quiet part out loud. We don't have to read between the lines. He's made it absolutely clear that voter suppression is the end, the strategy, and the goal. Over 20 million Americans, 1 in 10 voting-age Americans, simply don't have access to the documentation that this bill would require to vote. Voting identification in some form ought to be required, no question. This is not a voter identification bill. It's a voter purge bill. It would take that private information from voter rolls and, in effect, eliminate those names from the rolls based on other information available to the administration. If President Trump were really serious about stopping voter fraud, especially cyber interference, and possible foreign influence, he would not have dismantled the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. He would not have decimated the agency that is responsible for stopping voter fraud. He would not have dismantled the counterterrorism units of the FBI and the Department of Justice. He would make them more robust, devote more resources to them, because that's the way to stop voter fraud, is to have investigators and experts go after it, pursue it, prosecute it. But the goal here is not to go after non-citizens voting, because that problem is negligible. It's minuscule. The objective is to stop legitimate voters from going to the polls. 250 years ago, America broke from the chains of monarchy. They chose democracy, a government that's supposed to be by and for the people. But as we approach this nation's birthday, we're challenged as never before to defend democracy by advocating the right of every American to vote in free and fair elections and defending that right. Not enough to talk about it, but to defend it. Thankfully, we still do have our democracy. It's under threat as never before. We're seeing the tentacles of totalitarianism begin to strangle the free press through the FCC's vicious attacks, through the effort to stifle legitimate dissent within our government and among our people. But we know there are people willing to stand up and speak out. We've seen it in the indivisible rallies across the country. We've seen it in voter registration. We've seen it in the anger that we're all hearing and the angst and anxiety about the future of our great nation in peril at the moment. And we will have it as long as we recognize democracy is not a spectator sport. It is not something that's guaranteed unless we defend it. We will have it only so long as we keep it, as Benjamin Franklin warned, and we will have a republic, as he told the person who asked him after the Constitutional Convention, only as long as we can keep it. It's up to us. Our time is now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, my colleagues across the aisle are presenting what they call the SAVE Act and are saying it's about stopping non-citizens from voting. But that is not true. This bill is entirely about stopping citizens from voting, taking away the ballot box from millions and millions of Americans. So let's call this bill what it really is: the Stop Citizens from Voting Act, or STOP Act. It's about rigging the next election. And we know so because Donald Trump said it himself. He said, "You pass this act and it will guarantee the midterms and every election for a long time." And why did he have such confidence that it would guarantee the November election for his party? The answer is because this bill is about stopping groups from voting who tend to vote for Democrats. This is, again, about rigging the next election. Now, repeated investigations by law enforcement, by news organizations, by universities have found that you are more likely to get struck by lightning than for a non-citizen to vote. It is not just rare for a non-citizen vote, it is super rare. In Oregon, a review of vote by mail by the state over a 20 years, 2000 through 2019, found less than 1 in a million cases of voter fraud. And in Utah, and my colleague who's presiding tonight is from Utah, Utah completed a citizenship review of its voter registration list of more than 2 million voters. They identified 1 non-citizen, 1, and 0 instances of non-citizen voting. 1 registered out of 2 million, 0 voting. Even Speaker Johnson admitted about non-citizen voting that it's not something provable. Well, actually, what he really should have said, it's not provable because it's rarer than rare. And that's why we know this bill is not about non-citizens voting. It's about stopping citizens from voting. Let's just take a look at the impact, starting with the impact on married women. The Republican plan, stop married women from voting. Now, a slightly softer version of that is make it very difficult for them to vote. Because this is what the bill does. It says each state has to submit its voter registration database to the Trump administration. The Trump administration will go through and identify anyone it suspects might not be a citizen. And it has clarified that that means if your last name is different than the name on your birth certificate, you are suspect. Well, where we are, 69 million married women in America changed their names when they got married. That means 69 million American women get pinged by the Trump administration saying, we're not sure you can vote, and you're going to have to start from scratch to re-register. And re-registering is very difficult. You have to have a passport, or you have to have the combination of a birth certificate and another form of approved ID in combination, either a passport by itself or 2 forms of ID, one of which is your birth certificate, and that other piece has to be very specific, meeting the terms of the bill. In Oregon, our estimate is 700,000 married women would have to re-register to vote, including my wife. My wife's name is Mary Sorteberg. That was her name on her birth certificate, except on her birth certificate, her middle name is different because when we got married, she changed her middle name to honor her grandmother, Rose. She would have a hard time voting. Millions of American women would have a hard time voting. It's also about stopping tribal citizens from voting. The STOP Act makes it impossible to use your tribal ID to register to vote. And it makes it impossible to use your tribal ID by itself to actually vote. You can't use it for registration, and you can't use it by itself to actually vote. And tribal citizens are less likely to have a passport in the first place. And we know that many do not have a birth certificate. All across America, there are people who have been born at home who do not have birth certificates. More common in some tribal communities. And tribal communities are remote. Often, they have to travel a long ways to get to a place where you could register to vote, because you have to register to vote in person. So all these things are designed to make it hard for tribal members to vote. And that's wrong. This bill is also about the less affluent being able to vote. it makes it hard for them. Stop the less affluent from voting, or at least make it much more difficult for them. You know that a passport takes 6 months to get and costs about $165. That is a big toll. A couple, if they were trying to get that passport so they could vote, they might not get it in time for the election, and they'd have to pay $330. Wow. That is a poll tax on the less affluent to be able to vote. Now, if they can locate the county registrar in their specific county in America, and if they were born in a hospital, and if there is a birth certificate there, they might also be able to acquire their birth certificate. That also costs money. We know that the less affluent are much less likely to have a passport in the first place, and therefore it's much more expensive for them to undertake the qualifications of this bill. In fact, only 1 in 5 Americans who earns less than $50,000 has a passport. And we know that poorer states are less likely to have passports, including many states in the South, Alabama and Arkansas and Kentucky and Louisiana. So, we are facing an attack on each of these groups, but that's not the only groups. Let's talk about students. The STOP Act is designed to make it hard for students to vote. First of all, it says you can't have a voter drive. Why? Because you can't register people at their dorm room with ordinary documents, the way it's always been done everywhere. No, they have to go in person to an election center. And who knows where that election center is? And they're going to have to miss class or go to do it. And they're like, well, why can't I upload these documents online to be examined? Well, because they're trying to make it hard for you to vote. Why? Because students tend to vote on the blue side of the aisle. And if you need your birth certificate to register, now, if you're going to school in a different state from where you're registered to vote or where you would register to vote, you would have to travel home. Well, many students don't travel home during holidays because it's expensive. And students often don't have money. Oh, the rich, they're fine. I'm sure they'll take a private jet to go get their voter registration. But ordinary students, they're struggling to pay that tuition. That's a big imposition to saying you have to travel to another state in order to be able to register to vote. So here we are with yet another attack beyond these groups, and that's an attack on vote by mail. Under the amendment that has been filed by the Republicans this evening, it bans vote by mail. Now let's think about how hard it is to hold an election in a state like Oregon or a state like Utah that vote by mail. Oregon hasn't had a vote at a polling booth in 28 years. So here we are. This law goes into effect immediately. Our primary election in Oregon is on May 20th. How are you supposed to get all those polling places in place, all that whole new system, in just a few weeks' time? Extremely difficult. And then you submit your voter database to Team Trump. They purge it with a very big bias to make it hard for demographic groups that associate more with Democrats to vote. They ping them and say, you're no longer registered, you have to go re-register. And maybe they get that ping, I don't know, the election in Oregon's on May 19th, maybe they get that notice on May 10th. You've got 9 days to get a passport. Not going to happen. You've got 9 days to reach out to your county somewhere around the country where you were born and get a birth certificate. Not going to happen. Millions of people instantly defranchised, and an impossible to set up system in a few weeks' time. Those groups that I talked about, students, tribal members, the less affluent, women, this bill is targeted at them with extraordinary precision because this bill is about rigging the November election. And that's exactly what Trump said. You give me this bill, my party will win November and every other election for a long time to come. So, colleagues, this is wrong. Every one of my fellow senators on both sides of the aisle know what this is. This is an attack in a partisan basis to rig the November election. Every person here who took an oath to the Constitution to defend the right to vote knows that this is about rigging the election by stopping people from voting. It's really a violation of your oath of office. So let's not let this happen. This egregious assault by an authoritarian president. We have already seen this authoritarian president take away powers from this body, the House and Senate, Congress, that belong under the Constitution to Congress. Our founders said the power of taxation, including tariffs, belongs to Congress. This president took it anyway and said, I don't care that I'm violating the Constitution, challenge me in court. Took a year for the courts to act. He proceeded to say, I'm going to cancel programs that are both funded and authorized by Congress, which is a violation of law and the Constitution. It's the power of the purse. And he said, I don't care, challenge me in court. He proceeded to launch a war without authorization, even though the Constitution requires this body to authorize a war. So here we are, three major powers, power of the purse, power of taxation, power of war, all stolen by a president and not confronted by the House or Senate leadership. And now we have House and Senate leadership conspiring with the president to strip the vote from millions of Americans, an extraordinarily unconstitutional act. But this time, it's not the president acting alone. He's acting with the support, the cooperation, the partnership of the majority party. There is probably nothing more sacred in a democratic republic than the ballot box. It is the beating heart of what it means to be a democratic republic. This bill takes a knife and stabs it through that beating heart. Madam President, let's not let this happen.
The Democratic leader.
I understand that there are 4 bills at the desk, and I ask for their first reading en bloc.
The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the first time.
S4124, a bill to prohibit funds made available to the Department of Justice from being used to make a personal payment to the President in connection with a claim that is subject to the Federal Tort Claims Act, and so forth. S4125, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to impose a tax on damages received by certain officers of the United States on account of any civil action filed against the United States and for other purposes. S4126, a bill to address the ineligibility of Ashley Babbitt for military funeral honors. S4127, a bill making continuing appropriations for essential transportation security, administration, pay, and operations, and so forth and for other purposes.
I yield the floor. No, I do not yield the floor. Oh, yes. I now ask for a second reading, and I object to my own request all en bloc.
The objection having been heard, the bills receive their next reading on the next legislative day.
I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Gentleman from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Wednesday, March 18th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume the House message with respect to S. 1383.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order, following the remarks of Senator Schiff, Lee, Cantwell, and myself.
Without objection.
Madam President.
The Senator from California.
The author George Orwell wrote about a dystopian future in which the party in power spoke in doublespeak, a language in which up meant down and down meant up, good meant bad, and nothing was as it seemed. In the language of Orwellian doublespeak, to save something meant to destroy it. Which brings me to the so-called Save America Act. This legislation will not save anything about America, but it will destroy something precious about this country. It is not meant to empower people to determine the direction of the nation, but to deprive them of that power. Not to encourage citizen participation in government, but to discourage it. Not to heal a nation that is badly divided, but to cause further division, disunion, and democratic decay.
because this is perhaps one of the most cravenly political efforts undertaken by Congress in a generation. The president knows that his policies are deeply unpopular. He knows that his war of choice with Iran is deeply unpopular. He understands that he has betrayed the promises he made to the American people to bring down costs and improve the quality of their lives. He knows that the voters are prepared to hold him accountable in the midterms and vote his party out of power. But rather than address his many policy failures, he wishes instead to prevent people from voting. It is as cynical a device as it is destructive of the foundation of our democracy, the right to vote. Our nation is facing a series of challenges that are touching every facet of people's lives. They are paying more at the pump. They are paying more on groceries. They are paying more to heat their home. And this summer, they'll pay more to cool it. This all from a president that has gone from promising to break inflation on day one to now saying, if prices rise, they rise. Imagine that. If prices rise, they rise. But that's not all. If the cost of oil goes up, he declares, that's good because it means we make more money. Well, maybe he does. Maybe the oil industry friends do. But the American people who are paying through the nose at gas stations all across the country are not making more money. They are spending it on gas at the pump, and they cannot afford it. This war of choice is costing America billions. More important, 13 brave service members have lost their lives in a new foreign war we were promised would never be started. Now, we've heard a whole host of rationalizations for this war, explanations for this war. None of them add up. At one point, the president said that we had to go to war with Iran because Iran was 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb. Well, beside the fact there is no intelligence suggesting even remotely that that is true, the president himself said only 9 months ago that we had obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. Well, it can't be both. The president was either telling the truth 9 months ago, or he wasn't, or he's telling the truth now, or he isn't. But it can't be both. And of course, everything we know about Iran's nuclear program indicates they are not 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb. So it's also said by the Secretary of State, we're at war with Iran because Israel was going to go to war with Iran, and we knew that Iran would retaliate against us, and therefore we had to go to war with Iran. But the president disputes that rationale for the war. The president says basically his Secretary of State is wrong that he forced Israel's hand. Okay, so what is the president's rationale then for this war? Well, we also hear the president and the secretary say it was necessary to destroy Iran's missile capability because those missiles could soon hit the United States of America, except that isn't remotely true either. The Defense Intelligence Agency concluded that it would not be 9 years before Iran would have that kind of capability. It would take 9 years for that country to develop missiles capable of hitting the United States. So there was no imminent missile threat to the United States. There was no immediate nuclear threat. That leaves regime change. The president has said that he wants Iranians to rise up and challenge the regime. At the same time, it's being publicly reported that he was warned that that would be extremely unlikely, that is, that the Iranian people would have the power to overturn this entrenched, murderous, terrorist-sponsoring regime, that this would not be Venezuela, that you couldn't simply take out the number one mullah and expect to replace him with the number two mullah that would do the United States bidding, that that was not foreseeable, not likely, not probable. Instead, the president was warned this could lead to an even more hardline regime. And now we don't have the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, we have Mojtaba Khamenei, who is supposed to be potentially even worse. So this is not about regime change. It's not about the missile program. It's not about the nuclear program. It's not because of Israel. So what is it that led us into war? What is it that justifies the risk to the lives of our service members? What is it that justifies the tragic reality that 200 of our service members have already been injured in this conflict? We are left to wonder. We haven't had a single public hearing about this. We have not had the opportunity to put in these administration figures under oath to explain why we're at war, why the president betrayed his promise to keep us out of foreign wars, to keep us out of regime change wars, to keep us out of another Middle East war, why our service members are bearing the brunt of this, why American consumers are bearing the brunt of this. There are public reports that General Kane warned the president that Iran might attack our allies in the region, but the president expressed his surprise that this has happened. There's public reporting that the general also warned the president that Iran might seek to close the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran has effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz, and as a result, we're all paying for that in skyrocketing prices at the pump. All of this was all too eminently foreseeable. But here we are. Global oil markets and global shipping are seeing the seismic waves of Trump's war in Iran, a war without strategy, a war with a different aim depending on the day, a war that some can't even bring themselves to call war, because the moment they do, as the president calls it war, as the Secretary of War calls it war, but the moment that we in this chamber call it war, we're acknowledging our own failure to live up to our institutional responsibility, that this is the body with the power to declare war, not the president. The founders did something remarkable at the time when they entrusted that power in the Congress, not the president, not the executive branch, because they feared a president who would grow too fond of war, and this is exactly what has happened. Our allies are not standing with us, a predictable outcome since we have not stood with them. The president says that China and Japan and all these other countries are going to join us in ushering ships through the Strait of Hormuz, but none of those countries are volunteering to do that. We are seeing the time-tested proposition of regime change wars. You break it, and you own it. If you travel across California, as I have, you will hear not just about the sticker shock at the grocery store or the gas pump, and grocery prices are going to go up because fertilizer also transits through the Strait of Hormuz. The tariff policies are killing farmers, and the result is we're paying more at the grocery store. But it's not just the grocery store. It's not just the gas station. You'll hear about how there are no homes that average families can afford to buy, no apartments that teachers can afford or first responders. You'll hear about the fire or the storm or the flood that turned a community upside down, like the fires we had in Los Angeles, when a year later they're still waiting for the federal help that was promised them to rebuild. You'll hear about the community that's losing its only hospital or having trouble keeping its OBGYN or recruiting an OBGYN, its labor and delivery open because of drastic cuts to health care. And instead of investing in those critical parts of our community, we're spending $1 billion a day with this war in Iran. If you listen closer, you hear a mother ready to enter their golden years of her retirement, worried that her 401k won't be enough to get her through, if she's even lucky enough to have a 401k, or a father in the prime of his working years, but worried that Social Security may not be there when he's finally ready to retire, a parent raising a toddler unable to return to work because the cost of childcare would erase whatever income they would make, a business owner unable to keep up with tariffs that have changed their input costs 12 times in the last 2 months, A farmer ready to finally give in and sell the farm to a big conglomerate after generations of tilling the land because trade wars and immigration raids have made farming impossible. A college student about to earn their degree, seeing a world turned upside down by technological revolution and AI, wondering if their years of hard work and exams will amount to anything resembling a career. A high school student seeing a world on fire and wondering if their lives will be anything like what their parents enjoyed, if they can ever afford a home, or to retire, or have access to health care, or raise a family, or have a job that will sustain them, whether they can still live in a democracy even, or something less, something more sinister, something where Big Brother is watching and listening, where what they say can cost them their job or their future. I have heard a great many examples of these fears. My constituents have shared their deep concerns with me. Linda from Moreno Valley wrote, "Dear Senator Schiff, I'm a retired teacher and having to make ends meet by picking up work here and there. 69 years old, and for the first time in my life, my family did not celebrate Thanksgiving or Christmas holidays 2025. Why? I'm hurting and don't have the money. Groceries, food prices are not down. Gas prices are not down. I could not pay the high drug price for a prescription mid-month, so I went without. I fix a broken down car every other month because I cannot afford a new or used one right now. Trump's tariffs have hurt me, and I don't foresee them as doing any good to us in the next 3 years. Somehow I just don't feel great. Just sad." From Leah in Modesto. While billions are being spent on foreign conflict, many Americans here at home are struggling. I live in California and paid $7.95 a gallon for gas today. Economic inequality is another urgent issue. Current tax policies continue to benefit the ultra-wealthy while everyday Americans are left behind. Working families need relief, opportunity, and a system that feels fair and offers 20-somethings hope for a reasonable future, not one that widens the gap between the top and everyone else. My 29-year-old daughter is in college while still working 40 hours a week to survive and is actually thinking about not having children for fear of the inability to provide. That is not the future she wants. From Sarah in Los Angeles, I heard, "I am writing as a constituent who is struggling under the burden of federal student loan payments that are no longer affordable. Despite working full-time in a helping profession, my monthly loan payment has increased to a level that threatens my ability to meet basic living expenses such as housing, healthcare, and utilities. This is not a matter of poor planning or lack of responsibility. It is a result of a system that has become financially unsustainable for many working adults. I urge you to use your position to push for policies that recognize the real cost of living and the long-term impact of student debt on mental health, economic participation, and community stability." Well, Sarah, if we weren't spending $1 billion a day in Iran, that's $1 billion a day we could be spending to buy down your student debt, to help other kids go to college and be able to afford it, or go through training programs to train themselves for this new, brave new world of technology and AI that we are entering. From Valerie in Redwood City, she writes, "I am writing because my gas bill has doubled. My gas company indicates that it has gone down. That is not the case at all. I am not able to retire because my bill has increased. I'm over 70 and a preschool teacher. I live in a condo and cannot afford solar panels. I don't turn on heaters often. I use heating pads on the floor. Thank you kindly for your help in this matter." From Kirsten in Sausalito, I heard, "My husband is a first responder and law enforcement officer with the National Park Service and has served for 18 years. He currently works in the Bay Area where our income is adjusted for cost of living, but the child care subsidy is not. Our household gross income is $185,000, with my husband earning $105,000 of that. Reliable child care in Marin County costs well over $3,000 a month, and that figure does not include the basic expenses required to live here, such as housing, food, and other necessities. The average cost of a house in our area is over $1 million. If I were to leave my job and stay home full-time, we would not be able to afford comprehensive family health care through his government plan while also covering our basic living expenses. As it stands now, I am essentially working to cover health care for myself and our child, with the remainder of my income going toward child care. I would like to see efforts made to modernize and regionalize child care subsidies so that families serving the federal government can realistically afford to live and work in the communities they serve. From Sasha in Sacramento, Sasha writes, rent takes more than 43% of my net pay. And my biggest fear is that my pets will become sick or injured when I cannot afford their medical bills. My grocery bill went up 33% from 2024 to 2025, and that was with me making changes to cut out expensive foods like fish and red meat. As a registered voter, I am asking you to focus your attention to fix the economic freefall we are in. These are the sentiments, these are the anxieties I hear every day at town halls and constituent meetings and college dining halls and at dining room tables, in email after email, letter after letter, and call after call. Our mailboxes are full. People are scared. They are worried. They feel the constant anxiety that leaves them lying awake at night, turning over the numbers in their head and wondering if they will ever truly make ends meet. We could confront these challenges. We could turn to any one of our legislative committees and take up these issues. We could bring up any number of bills that would lower costs, make our communities safer, bring home our troops from a war that the American people never asked for, but instead, the majority has seen fit to say in the face of all these challenges that instead of solving them, they will simply take away people's right to vote. Because the American people are paying attention. They have noticed that prices have not gone down on day one as the president promised. They have noticed gas prices climbing higher and higher. They have noticed Republicans saying that this is a sacrifice they should be comfortable making. They have seen their groceries, their gas, their utility bills, their appliances, all rocked by mercurial trade policies and on-again, off-again tariffs. They know this Republican Congress's signature accomplishment, the largest healthcare funding cut in history, and billions of dollars in food aid slashed to fund a tax cut for wealthy people and large corporations, has only made matters worse. And you know what? I know you've noticed it too. You've noticed these broken promises, and you've noticed that the American people are pissed. And they're ready to exercise that frustration at the ballot box to send a clear message. But the response of the majority is to try to make it harder to vote. Now that it's their jobs on the line, they're finally trying to make it harder to get fired. But by doing away with your right to vote, that's the Save America Act for you. It should be called the Save Our Political Hides Act, because that's exactly what it is. A bill to supercharge the purging of voter rolls. A bill to give the Department of Homeland Security the power to decide who stays registered to vote and who gets kicked off. A bill to kill online voter registration. A bill to kill voter registration drives. To take away your ability to register to vote at the DMV or by mail. A bill that will reject every common form of identification, even your driver's license, if you want to register to vote. A service member showing their military ID? No, that's not good enough if it isn't showing proof of citizenship. If you're one of the millions of people who changed their names, their last names, when they got married, sorry, it's going to be twice as hard for you to get your ballot. Online registration, registration by mail, registering at the DMV, voter registration drives, all these methods of signing up to vote would be illegal under this bill. 4 years ago, less than 6% of Americans registered to vote in person. Less than 6%. Imagine you live in rural California, now forced to drive hours away for even the chance to make your voice heard in November. A family vacation will now be used to get to the county clerk's office just to get a ballot. Not to mention if you can't afford to take the time off work or if you're not able to get behind the wheel. But let's say you make it to the county clerk's office. The Republican majority has sworn up and down that all they want for you is to show a driver's license to register to vote. But guess what? A driver's license won't be enough anymore. If the Save America Act passes neither driver's license or a military ID or a tribal ID, none of that will be enough to register to vote. And what about that real ID, the upgraded license that the federal government has been urging Americans to get for the past several years? Nope. That's not good enough either. If that doesn't show proof of citizenship, that's not good enough either. 1 in every 2 Americans don't have the passport needed to register to vote. And millions more won't have another one of the required methods either. Americans born here, voting here all their lives, deny their ability to exercise their constitutional right by this bill. Let's say you're just like Melania Knauss. You're a naturalized citizen and wanting to vote this November. You may even want to vote for the Republicans on your ballot. Well, now you discover you're like 69 million other women who've changed their name when they got married, which means that Melania Trump will now have to not only bring her proof of citizenship, but also her marriage license to prove she's eligible to vote. And so in this Republican Save America Act world, to even try to register for your constitutional right to vote, you might have to pay $165 to get a passport, take the hours it will require of you to get to the clerk's office, the wages you'll miss by getting there, the gas you'll have to buy at a much higher rate now, and inevitably the bureaucracy will make you come back once or twice. But let's assume you get all the way through the process of registering to vote in Trump's new federalized election system. Now you face the prospect of actually casting your ballot. If you go to the White House website right now, it will tell you they plan to use this bill as a basis to ban mail-in voting. That's not hyperbole. whitehouse.gov/Save America. Read it. No mail-in ballots. That means 47 million voters from the last election would have to find a new way to vote. And it's not just voters in California, which has gone out of its way to ensure your constitutional right is not an impossible one to exercise. Nearly 3 million Floridians voted by mail, and that's not just Democrats. About 1 in 5 Republicans cast their ballot by mail in 2024. No longer if the president gets his way. Why make it so hard for Americans to exercise a constitutional right? Because Donald Trump has admitted the true aims of this bill. If the Save America Act becomes law, he says the Republican Party will, quote, never lose a race in 50 years. This is what this bill is designed to do. It is designed to lock in a Republican majority for half a century by locking you out of the polling place. Former or soon-to-be former Secretary Kristi Noem said that we need to make sure the right people are voting. Well, who are the right people? The right people, I guess, are people they expect to vote for the president's party. It used to be, in this country, both parties sought to increase voter turnout, that we both recognize it as an unmitigated good that more Americans were participating in elections. Not anymore. This is nothing less than a deliberate campaign to undermine confidence in our elections. The Speaker says we have a major voter fraud problem. He cites as his evidence 3 Republican House candidates in California who he says were ahead on Election Day, but as absentee ballots came in, they fell further and further behind. And he can't prove it, but to him it stands to reason there must be fraud. He knows better than that. That is just a pure falsehood. This is a deliberate campaign to undermine confidence in our elections. The seizing of ballot boxes in Georgia meant to undermine confidence in our elections. The subpoenaing of records in Maricopa County meant to undermine our confidence in elections. All the false talk about massive voter fraud, a complete fiction, even according to the conservative Hoover Institution, the Heritage Foundation, a complete fiction. And they would use this fiction to take away the legitimate franchise of millions of Americans. Look, we have serious challenges in this country. We have a war that the American people don't want and don't support. We have the cost of basic necessities increasing all the time. We have a challenge we didn't face in the Great Recession or even the Great Depression. The problem today is not that people are out of work, although unemployment is rising. The problem today is that people are working, and they still can barely afford to get by. That is the central challenge facing our country, and I think until we grapple with that challenge, our democracy will be on fragile ground. When people see the quality of life their parents enjoyed as something better than what they have, when they look at the future and they find it in doubt for their kids, all too many will entertain any demagogue who comes along and promising they alone can fix it. But the answer cannot be to simply take away people's right to vote. We need to address that challenge to make the economy work for Americans again. Anyone working hard in this country should be able to provide for themselves and their family. That is what we should be focused on. That is what the president promised to do. Taking away their right to vote, turning us into some kind of, if not autocracy, something less than democracy, that is not the answer. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this Save Our Political Hides Act, to vote in favor of our democracy, to vote to expand the franchise to more and more Americans, not take it away because of the failure of the president's policies. And with that, Madam President, I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio.
I thought I'd give my colleague from California some fantastic news. You know, so many times in politics we hear bad news. I want to give him good news. If he takes a moment to read the actual bill, you don't have to read much. Just go right to page 1, and it says, ensuring only citizens are registered to vote in elections. And it says, Madam President, I quote, right here at the bottom, you can provide any of the following. I'm not a lawyer, but I assume any is a pretty comprehensive word. That means any. It says, a form of identification issued consistent, let me read this slowly, consistent with the requirements of the Real ID Act of 2005. So you just stated that the Real ID does not count. Page 2, lines 1 through 4, a Real ID absolutely does count as voter ID. The idea that asking somebody to prove they're a U.S. citizen one time when they're registered to vote and to show who they are every time they vote is basic common sense. Now, it's not common in California because in California you don't require that. But I also, my Democrat colleague is walking out of the chamber as I say this, I would have liked them to hear it. Even better news. You can go to Ohio and get gas for $1.75 less than California. Why? Because of California's ridiculous policies. That's what's driving the price of fuel up for his constituents. Now, where is the price of gas right now that he was railing about? 21 cents a gallon, less than it was at the end of the Biden administration. So I know we get into a lot of arguments here, and I know I'm going to have my amazing colleague from Utah go further into this bill, but I just wanted to very briefly debunk two very simple things. California's problems are California's causing. The reason your gas prices are high is because you've basically banned all fossil fuels in your state while begging. By the way, you want to know, Madam President, how California gets gas today? It leaves the port in Jacksonville on a ship. It goes to the Bahamas. It gets unloaded from that ship onto another ship. It then traverses from the Bahamas, by the way, off the coast of Florida, goes all the way around the Panama Canal and disembarks in California. Why? Because they refuse to have a pipeline to go through their state. That's why the price of oil is high in California. It has nothing to do with what's going on in the Middle East. But yet we digress. We're here to talk about two simple things. Should you have to prove you're a citizen when you register to vote? And should you have to prove that you are who you are when you actually cast a ballot? And with that, I'll yield the floor to my colleague from Utah, who will go into the 28 pages of common sense that's in a very well-written bill. Madam President, I yield.
Madam President.
Gentleman from Utah.
Madam President, we often consider difficult, complicated issues in this chamber. Happens all the time. In fact, if it's not complicated, we sometimes wonder why we're devoting time to any particular matter. Very often, these are issues that don't enjoy consensus among the American people. We might have a degree of consensus over the existence of a problem, but 1,000 different ways of tackling that problem. In other instances, there might not even be consensus on whether a problem exists or what that problem might be. This is not one of those moments. This issue could not be simpler. American elections are for American citizens. This is an assertion that's so elementary that its controversy is itself the only remarkable feature. 83% of Americans support voter ID. 83%. Out of 100 people, 83 of them believe that we need that. That's 95% of Republicans, 71% of Democrats. That's still 71 out of every 100 Democrats who agrees with us. Now think about that for a minute. How many issues in this country unite 83% of all Americans? You know, this is one of them. For months now, I've been working with colleagues, working with President Trump and with citizens across this great country. Citizens who have rallied behind this effort in numbers and with a degree of intensity that I have not seen in my entire time in the Senate, and I'm now in my 16th year here. Now, all of them are begging us to pass the Save America Act. not in a nonchalant, haphazard fashion, but instead in a way that indicates they really feel it. They feel it strongly, in fact. They understand the need for this. And I've heard one thing over and over and over again, Madam President. Why would anyone oppose this? Who would oppose the notion that only American citizens can vote in American elections? In this room, I can't imagine any of us would think that we, not being citizens of the United Kingdom, or of Yemen, or of Japan, or of the Philippines, could vote in elections in any of those countries. Why? Well, because we're not citizens of those countries. If we happen to visit those countries, would that change anything? No, not a thing. What if we lived there for a few years, but didn't become citizens? Still not. Still makes no difference. If we're not citizens, we wouldn't dream of being able to vote in their elections. Why should American elections be any different? Why should someone who is not a citizen of the United States of America be able to vote in a U.S. election? Well, of course, they shouldn't. Look, the Save America Act takes those dynamics into account, and it says something very simple. It says that only American citizens should be able to vote in U.S. elections, and it does something very important. It makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat. You need both of those ingredients to have a good election. It's got to be easy to vote and hard to cheat. You can achieve both at the same time, just as you can chew gum and walk at the same time. But this is a whole lot more important than being able to chew gum while walking. In any free society that purports to have a representative government of any form, especially in a constitutional republic like ours, you must have both. You can't cut corners on either one. That's common sense, and yet here we are. Now, if you don't accept that only Americans should vote in American elections, then what exactly are you defending? Tell us why you want to make it easier for non-citizens to vote in our elections. But so far, what we've heard from Democrats is not that. What we've heard from Democrats here in the United States Senate chamber, and I say here in the United States Senate chamber because that's different than Democrats nationwide, more than 7 out of 10 of whom agree that we need reforms like what the Save America Act would bring about. It's only here in the capital city of this great nation, it's only here in this building, in Congress, in the House of Representatives, and in the Senate, that this is considered volatile or somehow unacceptable by Democrats. It's only these Democrats who inhabit these hallways, who serve in these 2 legislative chambers, that regard this as somehow phenomenally controversial. And what we've heard from these Democrats here is nothing but fear-mongering and outright lies. Now, whether they themselves know that they're lies or they're just believing lies others have told them, that's a topic for a different day. I'm not going to try to vet that out here. None of us can know what any other person is thinking or feeling, but I can assure you that these are, at their core, the product of fear-mongering and of lies. Now, they've told us that requiring proof of citizenship to vote in U.S. elections is somehow, quote-unquote, racist. The minority leader himself called this bill Jim Crow 2.0. Wow. What an accusation. What a crazy, absurd, ridiculous, and frankly insulting accusation. I think he owes the American people an explanation as to how requiring proof of citizenship to vote is tantamount to racial segregation laws. Racial segregation laws under the banner of Jim Crow that the Democratic Party itself forced on a substantial portion of the American population over many decades in one of the most evil legislative tirades in American history for a prolonged period of time. Why he would want to draw any parallel to Jim Crow is beyond the ability of this senator to understand. I don't get it. And frankly, the American people aren't buying it, nor should they. They've told us that requiring photo ID somehow, quote-unquote, disenfranchises women. Madam President, I can't think of anything more racist. I can't think of anything more misogynistic than saying that people of color or women, whether married women or otherwise, are incapable of obtaining an ID and proof of citizenship. That is frankly insulting. Something that millions of Americans do every single day, often many times a day, to get a job, to board a plane, to open a bank account, to enroll in school, to shovel snow in New York City. For that matter, to go to the Oscars, the Emmys, the Grammys, the Super Bowl, almost any theatrical production, and yes, Madam President, to get into the Democratic National Convention. To get into the Democratic National Convention, you've got to show photo ID, and you've got to establish credentials showing that you have a right to be there and to participate in that event. So, Madam President, if the Save America Act is Jim Crow 2.0, then so too is the Democratic Party itself. So too are the campaign rallies hosted by my friend and colleague, the senator from Georgia, up for re-election this year, who recently advertised a campaign rally and announced on the same website that to get into said campaign rally, you would have to show photo ID. We're not getting the story. We're not getting the complete story. We're not getting anything close to the complete story, and we're going to talk about that tonight. Look, millions upon millions of married women navigate documentation requirements every single day for a whole host of reasons. To suggest that Americans, that women, that people of color are somehow incapable of doing something so basic is deeply, fundamentally insulting. And it is beneath the dignity of this chamber and all who occupy it for these arguments to be raised here in this hallowed chamber. I can't think of anything more patronizing, more dismissive, more out of touch than telling Americans that they can't meet the same basic requirements that govern so many other parts of daily life. Not just some people's daily life, but the daily lives of pretty much everyone in this country. This bill does not suppress voters. It protects them. It treats them like capable citizens in a functioning republic and ensures that their votes actually do matter. And let's be honest, there's only one reason to oppose this bill and what it does. One reason: they want to cheat. This bill makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat. They're happy with exactly half of the equation and not the other half. But you can't have both and have a functioning representative government. You can't have half of the equation and have a successful constitutional republic. It doesn't work. Now, here's today's headline from Politico. Quote, I'm not exaggerating this. I don't write the news, I just report it. Quote, why climate champions are sweating the Save America Act. It goes on to say, quote, if Republicans do ultimately succeed in getting a version of the bill passed, environmentalists and some Democrats fear it could damage the democratic process ahead of November's midterm elections and suppress the will of climate-minded voters and candidates, close quote. The level of hyperbolic panic, of paranoid fantasy from the Democrats and the media enterprises they control is telling, and it's stunning, because the only way this bill changes election outcomes is if those outcomes have been dependent on votes that shouldn't have been counted to begin with. If that's part of the plan, then I can understand the panic. That's the reality. We're closer than ever to getting this bill across the finish line. Just a few hours ago, we voted to proceed to this bill. And that is because the American people have made their voices heard. They've shown up, they've spoken out, they've demanded that our elections, their elections, be protected. Failure here is not an option, and it must never become such. Because if we cannot secure the most basic element of our elections, of any free and fair system of elections, we're inviting a level of distrust that this country cannot afford. And I would say this to my Republican colleagues: if we do not act on an issue that commands this level of support, not just from our own base, but from the entire spectrum among the American people, this level of support, we should not be surprised when the American people lose confidence in our willingness to fight for them if we fail to get it done, and to do everything along the way in order to ensure its passage. This is our moment. Stand for a simple principle. Let the American people see who is willing to defend their sacred right to vote and who is not. I'm confident that the principle at the heart of this legislation will, in fact, prevail. It'll prevail because it is fair, because it is right, because it reflects the truth, because it reflects how our laws are written and how human nature interacts with our system of laws. This is the line. We have drawn it, and we must defend it. You're either willing to say that only American citizens should vote in American elections, or you are not. There is no middle ground. Sure, we can talk about whether this word or that word would most capably accomplish what we need it to. We can argue over a semicolon here or a comma there. But unless we're talking about how to achieve the same objective of making sure that only Americans vote in American elections, we will have missed the boat in a very dangerous way. And the American people are, to be sure, paying attention, very close attention indeed, because they understand what's at stake. They understand that if their vote is diluted, it is taken from them. If their elections are compromised, their voice is diminished. That is what this bill prevents. So let's stop pretending this is complicated. It is not. If you believe, as I do, that only American citizens should vote in American elections, then this should be the easiest vote of your entire legislative career. Not just that which has passed already, but that which you are likely to see ever while you're here. Now, sure, there are all sorts of votes about, recognizing National Sofa Care Month or this or that awareness resolution. But in the world of actual laws coming into being in this chamber, you're not going to find something much similar, much more true to this principle of being clear, of getting the message right than this one, of this being a very simple equation. We have to get this done, and we have to get it right. Now, while we're on this topic, I want to talk a little bit about why this bill is necessary and walk you through some of the legislative history, some of the history in American law and American society that have made this bill so necessary and so timely today. Because there have been times in our history when this wasn't the same risk that it is today. But it'll help if we set the table by explaining how we got here and why it is that we need this so badly, so immediately, right now. Let's start with something that happened about 33 years ago when Congress passed a law back in 1993 called the National Voter Registration Act. It's frequently abbreviated as the NVRA, sometimes known also as the Motor Voter Law. The NVRA says, in essence, that in any state that chooses to participate, and as the overwhelming majority of states do, nearly every state participates, in any participating state, anybody going into a DMV to apply for a driver's license may simultaneously register to vote if they would like to do so. Made it easier for more people to register to vote, doing something that most Americans, the overwhelming majority of all Americans, do from time to time, which is get a driver's license. So you could go in and while filling out the paperwork, after establishing who it is that you are, you could also say, I would like, with this same paperwork, to register to vote. Because after all, they've got your address, they've got your name, they've got other information about who you are. So the same state that's processing your driver's license application can also, in that same moment, harness the power of the state to register you to vote. That's one of many things that made the NVRA appealing. Now, a couple things have happened since the NVRA have passed that warrant our careful consideration of this legislation now, and that make this legislation so very necessary. For one thing, over time, you've seen different trends in states and how they issue driver's licenses, to whom they issue them. There have been times when states didn't necessarily have occasion to even consider the question of whether or in what circumstances to give driver's licenses to those who are either not citizens of the United States or perhaps are, in addition to being not citizens of the United States, are here illegally. As some of this became a little bit more complicated when legislation passed in 2005, dealing with the Real ID issues, with this move toward establishing a Real ID driver's license that could have some indication as to whether somebody was a citizen. States have paid careful attention to that. Most states today, the overwhelming majority of states today, will issue a driver's license to a person who is not a citizen of the United States. And in, I believe, 19 states plus the District of Columbia, you could get a driver's license even if you are not just a non-citizen, but a non-citizen who is here without documentation, without legal permission, authority to be here. If you are an illegal immigrant, you can still get one in 19 states plus the District of Columbia. So if you can do that, if you can walk into a DMV in any of those jurisdictions and check a box and sign your name, in theory, you can register to vote. Well, some of this came to a head about 20 years after the NVRA was passed, when in 2013, the Supreme Court of the United States decided a case called Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. And in that case, the Supreme Court of the United States conclusively interpreted the NVRA as preempting out any state authority that might have otherwise existed when it comes to requiring proof of citizenship of someone registering to vote using an NVRA form at a DMV while applying for a driver's license. In other words, they said, even if a state is worried about perhaps inadvertently registering non-citizens to vote, even if in certain circumstances they might have affirmative reason to believe that one or more voters are not citizens of the United States, they may not ask for any proof of citizenship in that moment. Now, I believe that that interpretation was misguided. I believe it was wrong as a matter of statutory construction. Justice Alito, my former boss, wrote a masterful dissent explaining why the majority got it wrong. Nonetheless, the majority ruling still stands. It conclusively interpreted the NVRA as prohibiting the states from making any effort to figure out whether somebody was a citizen, as long as they were using the NVRA-supplied form when registering someone to vote. This created a big problem that a lot of people, myself included, hadn't thought much about until relatively recently, until just a few years ago. I got involved in this, started writing this bill about 2 or 3 years ago, when I put all these pieces together and I realized what it could spell for the American Republic if we didn't solve the problem. Without regard to what might have already happened, what might be happening today, when you play this forward, even if you were starting from the assumption that none of this ever happens, nobody ever has registered to vote in the past who was not a citizen or never had voted in any election who was not a citizen, that is an assumption contrary to fact, but even if you were to reach that conclusion, you play this forward, and this could and ultimately will lead to a whole lot of mischief when you put all those factors into the mix, especially when you consider what happened between 2021 and 2025, on or about, let's say January 20th, 2020 through to January 20th, 2025. There were policies in place in this country that led to relatively open borders, you might say, in which an estimated 10 to 15 million people entered this country unlawfully, with many of them here to this day. Some people have estimated that the total population of non-citizens inside the United States today stands in the neighborhood of around 30 million people. That is a lot of people. A lot of people who in most states could apply for and receive a driver's license, particularly if they live in some states more than others. And all they have to do is walk into a DMV, apply for a driver's license, check a box saying, yes, I would like, while applying for my driver's license, simultaneously to register to vote. And all that remains after that is you sign your name. And by signing your name, you're certifying that you're entitled to register to vote, that you're a citizen and not under any kind of legal impediment from voting. And that is done. So even if you are someone who assumes, contrary to fact, and contrary to more facts that I believe will be coming out in greater detail in the coming days and weeks, even if you are someone who believes that this does not happen, that people don't register to vote if they are not citizens of this country, this still would be a trend, given all of the circumstances that I've just outlined, all the things that have happened since the NVRA became law of the land back in 1993. This is something that we should all very much worry about. This should concern us greatly, because you don't want people voting in a system in which they're not entitled to vote. You think about every other circumstance where people vote. It's not just in U.S. federal elections for federal office, which is the concern of this particular legislation. In countless interactions, separate and apart from federal elections, separate and apart from state elections, people hold elections of one sort or another. One set of elections that people sometimes encounter are within voluntary organizations or within a homeowners association. They might have elections to decide different issues, to elect their leadership. They might have those on a PTA, on different charitable organizations, fraternal organizations that they might belong to. In every one of those circumstances, you don't want somebody who's not entitled to vote, who's not part of the organization, to be casting a vote. If it's a homeowners association, you don't want somebody who is not part of that organization because they don't own a home within the homeowners association's jurisdiction to be casting a vote. If it's a shareholders election in a corporate context, you don't want non-shareholders casting a vote. Why? Well, they don't have the same interest that the shareholders have. And we sure as heck don't want foreign nationals voting in U.S. elections, because what unites us is the fact that we are citizens. We may come to things from different perspectives, different parts of the country, different origins. We might have inherited different language patterns, different languages, belief systems, political beliefs, cultural customs, whatever. But what unites us is that we are American citizens. If you start inviting in and allowing those who are not U.S. citizens to do it, bad things could happen. You talk about the risk of foreign election interference. It is really significant here, as every American's vote is threatened to be diluted every time this happens. Now, it's not just there that it matters that we prove who we are or that we're entitled to do the thing that we want to do. Think of many other circumstances you encounter. When you go to the bank, you're going to withdraw money. We should all hope that any place anybody has money deposited on account isn't going to allow somebody else to show up and withdraw money from that account without having to prove who they are. That would be its own form of chaos. when people go to pick up a prescription drug, to go to the doctor, to seek medical treatment, or to apply for a hunting license or a fishing license, to apply for Social Security benefits, to board a plane, to pick up theater tickets, to do all kinds of things where it matters who you are, your ability to engage in the activity that you want to engage in hinges on your ability to demonstrate that you are who you say you are and you have the right to participate in the thing you want to participate in. Harkening back a moment ago to my discussion of the Democratic National Committee. The Democratic National Convention would be crazy to allow people in there who have not been elected as delegates to the Democratic National Convention. Same with the Republicans. And so what do? Well, they have to show ID. What about here? Look, in order to get here, all of us who have been elected to the United States Senate had to go through a series of processes and procedures that involved showing who we are and that we're entitled to participate in this process in several very meaningful steps. I remember the very first time I filed to run for the United States Senate, I had to go to the lieutenant governor's office. The lieutenant governor in Utah, under the Utah Constitution, performs the Secretary of State function. It's the lieutenant governor who oversees the conduct of elections in our state, and it's the lieutenant governor's office that files, processes the candidate filing information. I had to go to the lieutenant governor's office all 3 times I've run for and been elected to the United States Senate, establish who it is, who I am, established my citizenship, my residency in the state, and of course there's payment that has to go along with it. And after all that process, you have the opportunity to be on the ballot if everything goes well. If you're nominated by your political party or otherwise get on the ballot, then you're considered. But long before any of us ever showed up here to cast our very first vote or give our very first speech as senators or even be sworn in, there was other paperwork that we had to process in order to establish who we are and that we have a right to be here and that we have a right to cast a vote. Obviously, we had to win elections, so there's a very important document without which I wouldn't be here, without which any of us wouldn't be here. Our election certificate. In my state, again, that too is issued by the office of the lieutenant governor, performing that Secretary of State function that certifies the election results. All 3 times I've been elected to the United States Senate, I've had to produce that document, and that document has been sent by the lieutenant governor of the state of Utah to the Secretary of Senate. I had to review that. I had to produce ID when I showed up here in multiple forms. In fact, I had to, just as everyone does, every time they start a new job as an employee, if you're an American citizen, anytime you start new employment with a new employer, you have to fill out a form. The form is called the I-9. It's not just that you fill out the form. You have to fill out the form and you have to produce, yes, proof of citizenship. Because if you're not a U.S. citizen, then you've got to produce a visa, and you've got to show that your visa status allows you to have the type of employment from the employer that has hired you. But even if you're just an American citizen, you've still got to prove that. And the I-9 and the requirements that go with it are very exacting. As I recall, there are a few ways of proving that. You can prove it by showing up with a U.S. passport. If you don't have a passport, as many Americans don't, then you can show up with a birth certificate and a government-issued photo ID. At some point, there's been a Social Security card involved. Not everybody I know carries around their original Social Security card all the time, so there are other ways that allow you to do it without the original Social Security card, but there are other ways of doing it. But it's pretty exacting. And you can't start the job unless or until you've proven who you are and that you're a U.S. citizen. Now, when we wrote the Save America Act, we allowed for those same documents to be used in order to establish your citizenship. But we didn't stop there, because even that, in some circumstances, could be more difficult for some people. And so we made it even more flexible. Yes, you can establish it by producing a U.S. passport, if in fact you have one, if that U.S. passport establishes your citizenship. Likewise, a passport card, if you don't have the whole thing, and that establishes your citizenship. You can do it by a Real ID compliant driver's license if that Real ID compliant driver's license also establishes your citizenship conclusively, as some do and others do not. That will also suffice. As with the I-9, you can also do it with a combination of a birth certificate and a government-issued photo ID. But in addition to all of those things, we also have some catch-all exceptions that cover all kinds of territory, including one of my least favorite arguments, but one of the most frequently arising arguments that's made, that somehow this is going to disenfranchise women everywhere, especially married women who, obviously, at the time of their birth, neither they nor their parents could have had any idea what their, first of all, when or whether they might be getting married. Secondly, whether if and when they got married later, whether they would choose to take on the last name of their husband, of the person they married, and what that name would be. Well, this isn't really a problem. I mean, this actually happens all the time in other contexts, whether it's for your interaction with the Internal Revenue Service, with the Social Security Administration, your driver's license. There are all kinds of ways to deal with that. And the Save America Act makes clear if you have changed your name as a result of getting married, obviously a marriage certificate will suffice. If you've changed your name through some other mechanism, some record of the change in circumstance, whether that's an adoption certificate, a divorce decree, that with it came another change of names, you can supply that. But it also contains something else that is available not just for people who have changed their name, but people in lots of other circumstances in which, for whatever reason, they don't have the documentation. So imagine, for instance, that you're somebody who had changed your name upon getting married, but you can't find your marriage certificate. No problem. We take care of that as part of the same provision that we take care of those who may have lost all their documentation of all their citizenship. Maybe their house burned down yesterday and everything's gone. Poof, up in flames, it's gone. Maybe your dog ate all of your documentation that you would otherwise use when starting a new job and filling out your I-9 form. Maybe you never had it to begin with. This bill takes care of it. We made clear of that. We went out of our way to make sure that that would be the case. In this legislation, the House passed Save America Act that we proceeded to just a few hours ago in the United States Senate. It can be found at page 12, line 22, or if you want to look at the Schmidt-Lee substitute amendment that may be discussed later this week, it's on page 14, line 17. Either way, the text says the same thing. If you don't have the documentation, whether of a name change or of any of it, you can supply it by a sworn statement that you yourself can fill out, a sworn affidavit in which you provide the basic details surrounding your birth, if you are a natural-born citizen of this country, describing when and where you were born, to whom, and so forth, or if you're a naturalized citizen, the circumstances surrounding and dates involved in your naturalization. You then hand it over to the state election official who's in charge of those things, and it then becomes the burden of the state to confirm or refute what you've submitted under oath, under penalty of perjury, to do this, with the understanding that if it checks out, if you are who you say you are, you're still going to be able to register to vote and, in fact, cast a vote, notwithstanding the fact that you may not have any of those documentations, any of those documents, either because your house burned down or your dog ate them or you never had them or otherwise. And so these arguments are not legitimate. And these arguments, which I see made every single day, sometimes in this chamber, sometimes on social media, or elsewhere, these are false arguments made with knowledge of their falsity or reckless disregard for their truthfulness, or both, and they're inexcusable. They do not carry water. This is all about making it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We have to do both. We must do both. Now, getting back to what I was talking about a minute ago, when we show up here, by the time we've shown up here, we've had to establish who we are, our right to run for the United States Senate, and we have to produce other documentation showing that we have, in fact, been elected to the United States Senate. When we do that, we also have to fill out the I-9 form here and establish, again, that we are, who we say we are, and that we are, in fact, U.S. citizens. And if we do all of that right, then they give us a sort of cheat code version of the documentation, this pin right here. I remember when I first got here, the day I was sworn in January 2011, after my first election had occurred a few weeks earlier in November of 2010. I stood right over there when I was sworn into the Senate. Right after I was sworn in, they had me sign a little book indicating that I was, in fact, sworn in as a senator. And they gave me a pen, and then they gave me this little pin. I wasn't sure what to think about the pin. I'm not really into accessories or jewelry, but it was in a nice little box. And I wasn't sure what to do with it because I don't wear such things frequently. I put it in a drawer of my desk, and I closed the drawer, and I kind of forgot all about it. After I had been here for a while, I commented to one of my colleagues, just me, or does everybody get carded a lot here? When I first showed up, I had a great head of hair by my standards today. I mean, it's gone now, but I looked young. I was 39 years old when I was elected to the Senate, and in the Senate, being 39 can feel like you're sort of like 12 years old or something like that, and I got carded a lot, in part because maybe I didn't yet look like a senator to them. In any event, they didn't recognize me as a senator. And I found regularly that I was having to pull out my ID, my Senate ID, and the cops would look at it as I would approach the building, make sure that the tamper-resistant strip was intact, and they'd say, well, I guess we've got to let them in. I commented to a colleague one of these days, how long will it take before I stop getting carded every time I come into the Senate? And this colleague said, well, you got to wear the pin. What pin? Well, when you got sworn in, they gave you a little pin. And then I remembered a little pin that came in a little jewelry box. I put it in the desk drawer, and I closed the drawer, and I forgot all about it. And I said, why do I need to wear the pin? Well, they said, well, the security personnel in and around the Capitol recognize that pin because it's worn only by senators, and it's sort of like your portable ID badge. You won't have to get carded as much. Ever since then, I've worn the lapel pin, and it works like a charm. I've even named it. I call it my Sorry Senator pin, because if I get carded, I point to it, and they say, oh, sorry, Senator, you can come on in. I remember one day I was standing over there in one of those desks in between two votes. I had one arm gently resting on the desk in front of me. One of the non-uniformed security personnel came up to me and said in a somewhat harsh tone of voice, excuse me, sir, will you please not lean on the senator's desk? And I, still being new, I was very sensitive to not wanting to do anything wrong. And I said, I'm terribly sorry. I will try not to put any weight on it. Because, a lot of these desks are original equipment, which means they're, 150 years old or more. And we want to be careful with them. And I thought he was concerned about the fact that I had one arm gently less resting on the desk in front of me. But the inquiry was not over. He wanted to interrogate a little bit further. And he then said, are you with the minority? They're Republicans. I'm a Republican. We were in the minority party at the time. Are you with the minority? And I said, what do you mean, on this vote or the next? I often vote with my party. Sometimes they get it wrong. Sometimes I don't vote with my party. I'm not sure why you're asking this. And they said, are you with the minority leader? And I said, well, he's our leader. Why wouldn't I be with him? I don't understand your question. Is this a loyalty test? And then he asked me another question that made me realize what was really going on. He said, are you part of the minority leader's staff? Then I realized, oh, okay, that's why I'm getting the third degree. So I pointed to the Sorry Senator pin, thinking that would be the end of the inquiry. All it got me was a blank stare for some reason. And at that point, I realized what was happening, and I used my title. I didn't want to use my title. Don't like to use my title. It makes me feel uncomfortable to this day, even after 15, going on 16 years. And so I kind of mumbled the answer. I said, I'm Senator Lee. And he said, what? And I said, okay, my name is Mike Lee. I come from a state called Utah. It's sort of square-ish and chair-shaped. It's in the Rocky Mountains. Best snow on earth, really a lovely place to visit. And then he realized what was happening and what I was saying, and he said to me in one hurried breath, I'm terribly sorry for the misunderstanding. Sir, my name is Steve, if you want to report me. And then before I could tell him it was okay, Steve was fast, and he got out of Dodge, so he was too quick. But from then on till the day he retired, I always said hello to Steve, and I smiled, and I said, hi, Steve, just to make sure there were no hard feelings, because it was an honest mistake. It was not a big deal. Steve retired a few years ago, and I miss him. Only recently did it occur to me, his name's probably not Steve. Maybe Steve is somebody he worked with that he didn't like. But he was looking for that badge of authenticity, and when he finally saw it and contextualized it, he realized, yeah, that's worn only by senators. He can be here. My point is this. In order for us to be here, to make these decisions in this building, in this Capitol, affecting 350, 360 million Americans, we first have to prove that we are who we say we are and that we have a right to be here to make those decisions. So too with our elections. We don't want people choosing those who will make laws on their behalf unless they themselves are the people who are the people referred to in the Constitution who get to make those decisions. So let's get this right. Let's not get it wrong. Let's not pretend that this is something that it is not. It is fundamentally unfair and dishonest in every way, shape, and form to refer to this as racist, misogynist, as voter suppression. It is none of those things. This is entirely about one thing, which is making sure that our elections are secure, that they are legitimate, that they are fair. We want to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Yes, we can have both of those things, and we must pursue both of them, or in the long run, we will have neither. We will have none of them, and it will become a problem. So let's nip this thing in the bud, and let's get this right. Let's make it easy to vote, and let's make it hard to cheat. Nothing short of chaos ensues if we don't have that. Especially where, as here, we have an existing system of laws that makes it so unbelievably, undeniably easy for someone to lie with no further proof. No proof of who they are. No proof of why it is that they have the right to vote. So how does that happen, and how do they justify it? One of the most amusing, if bewildering, arguments that I hear, and I hear it all the time, and have since the day we first introduced the original SAVE Act about 2 years ago, is that we don't need it. We don't need it. Why? Why don't we need it? Because it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote. In fact, it's a felony offense. So we know it doesn't happen because it's already against the law. Well, let's think about how that would work elsewhere. Let's take a really familiar example. If you want to buy alcohol, you want to go into a bar or a convenience store, liquor store, whatever it is, you want to buy alcohol, what can and should and must every American expect? To get carded. Now, this is, as a teetotaler, it's something that I see mostly on TV and in the movies, but I also see it in real life when I see somebody buying something, something that I, as a teetotaler, don't drink. But you get carded when you buy alcohol. Doesn't matter where, you're going to get carded. Doesn't matter how old you are, you're going to get carded. Now, if it were acceptable there to say it's illegal for a minor to buy alcohol, or it's illegal for anyone to sell or otherwise give alcohol to a minor, somebody who is too young to buy alcohol, somebody who is not yet past the age of 21, so they don't do it, so we don't need it because it's already unlawful, well, guess what would happen? There would be a whole lot more procuring of alcoholic beverages in retail establishments by people who are too young to drink. It would happen left and right. It would be folly to assume, well, it's already illegal, so it doesn't happen, so we don't need to do anything about it. So what did we do? Well, we instituted a series of laws that make it so you have to show ID when you buy alcohol. It doesn't mean that nobody can ever cheat to break their way through it. It doesn't mean that some people don't figure out clever ways of getting a fake ID or going through an intermediary, but there are more steps. But to assume at the outset that it doesn't happen because it's already illegal, regardless of whether you're taking any steps at all to verify that somebody is who they claim to be and that they are eligible to do the thing that they are trying to do, is absolutely ridiculous. We cannot assume that our laws can be enforced, especially against the backdrop of the vulnerabilities that I've described. The National Voter Registration Act, coupled with the 2013 interpretation by the Supreme Court in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona, coupled with the trend among states to issue driver's licenses to non-citizens, with 19 of those states and the District of Columbia issuing them openly, even to known illegal immigrants. And then with an estimated 10 to 15 million Americans, some people think more, coming into this country unlawfully just in the 4-year period from 2021 to 2025. To say that we would be acting recklessly is a gross understatement. So no, Madam President. This is not some sort of subterfuge to engage in Jim Crow 2.0 any more than the Democratic National Convention or a John Ossoff campaign rally is about Jim Crow 2.0. And shame on anyone who stoops to that level of stupidity and dishonesty as to make that argument. Nor is this about voter suppression. If this is about voter suppression, then literally any law that's designed to make sure that there is no fraud, that there is no cheating in elections, would also be voter suppression. Now, does it add a step? Yeah, of course. But we add steps all the time to make sure that we don't make it too easy, especially when it matters, for somebody to just go in and take something that doesn't belong to them. And by taking something that belongs to others, cheapening it for them, diminishing substantially the value of what those who actually have that right, who own that thing, namely U.S. citizenship, would otherwise have access to. You're taking it from them. We can't allow that to happen. This is why I'm proud to be the original author and sponsor in the Senate of this bill, and proud to have worked with my House counterpart, Congressman Chip Roy from the great state of Texas, on this legislation. We can get this done. And now that we're on the bill, we're going to debate it. And I look forward to hearing the debates. I look forward in each and every instance to being able to refute the absurd arguments against it, because let's face it, there is no legitimate reason to oppose this bill. And I stand by that, and I will continue to stand by that in the coming days and weeks, and I'm ready for many, many weeks. We're going to stay on this bill until it damn well passes, because the American people demand and deserve nothing less than that. Our republic will not function, our country will not thrive, unless we can protect the sanctity of the elections that determines who makes the laws, who sets the policy in this country. Madam President, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can make it easy to vote and hard to cheat at the same time. We can, we must, and together we will. We must pass the Save America Act. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from Washington.
Madam President, the hour is late, and many people have spoken tonight on this proposal by my colleague from Utah and others, but I just want to add my voice to the many who are very concerned about this legislation. I listened with great interest what my colleague had to say about the fact that this was somehow necessary, that somehow things were trending in the wrong direction, and that he did want to make it easy to vote. I think the fact that he wants to make it easy to vote is the essence of what this debate is about, because the United States citizens, given a constitutional right to vote in our elections, and the states to control the running of our elections, it's hard to imagine how the passing of the SAVE Act would help you on those constitutional rights. I'm here tonight to add my voice. Happy St. Patrick's Day for those who are here wearing the green, and I'm pretty sure you wish you were out of here by now and at some Irish festivities celebrating the day. But trust me, the Irish in the United States of America appreciate voting rights and appreciate the right to vote, as so do many other segments of American society who have had challenges in the past to get their votes counted. So I do want to say to my colleagues in the Senate that the federal law does prohibit non-U.S. citizens from voting. That is a cornerstone to our law. Now, my colleague thinks that we don't do anything to prove or to require that these people have to say who they are, which is not true. When you basically are part of a registration process, you have to fill out or comply with an attestation and identification of who you are. That is how the system works. It worked when you were a registrant and knocking on someone's door. It works that way on motor voter. It works that way everywhere, and you have to say who you are. Your signature becomes the identifiable piece of information that has been used for a long time now, decades and decades and decades, as the proof of who you say you are. Why? Because your signature can be traced. I always find this very interesting in our state because it's not that fraud hasn't been committed. The question is whether you're going to catch fraud. In an incident in our state where we had a very close election and it got down to several votes, people started admitting that they had voted for somebody who was dead or deceased. Why? Because they knew we were going to catch them, because it was based on your signature. So a man who votes for his wife after she's died to say she was really enthusiastic about that governor's candidate and really would have wanted to vote for him, but died before the election and didn't cast her own ballot, yes, that does not count. And we have caught voter fraud. So the point is that states already verify that identity. They do it, as I said, when you register in a registrant. It says right on the registrant card, if you are not a U.S. citizen, stop right now. Stop right now. It also, at the motor voter place, where it is checking your identification, also you have to say that you are a U.S. citizen. Now, you can say many things about what kind of identification is used, but I like this best because we are a vote-by-mail state, as my colleague from Utah is, and we have very high turnouts, as does Utah. And what does it take to make sure that you are a U.S. citizen in the state of Washington? So every ballot, just like mine, that's from a few years ago, says, read the declaration. It says right here, I can hardly miss this. This is the outside envelope. Read the declaration, sign and date below. So I have to sign this again, which is matched with my signature at the voter's office. It is on a computer with voters, basically witnesses, looking at my signature. And in my state, they are trained by the State Patrol to make sure that signature matches the original signature that you signed up with. Now, what I like most about this is right above where I have to sign is this little attestation with these words on it. I know you can't hardly read them, so I'm going to make it a little larger for you to understand the whole thing. It says, I do solemnly swear, under penalty of perjury, I am a United States citizen. It says it right there. Every time you vote in the state of Washington, you are attesting to that. But the bottom part is what I think is most amazing. Punishable by a declaration of a maximum of imprisonment of 5 years or $10,000 in fine. And somehow people on this side of the aisle think that immigrants who won't even go to the healthcare system, won't even go to the grocery store, are afraid to take their kids to school, and somehow you think they are signing up for a felony or $10,000 or imprisonment of 5 years? No, they're not doing that. because this system is checked, it's validated, it's verified. You have to attest to it. And so we have very, 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 very little fraud. And when we do, we catch it. So the point is, why are we doing this today? Why are we changing a system that has been in place for decades and replacing it because my colleagues say the trend is going in the wrong direction, which is simply not true? When you look at this, the SAVE Act, instead of basically protecting our system for decades, could disenfranchise over 21 million people. That is why you've seen this out here, because it's been estimated by many people. Think about this. When this goes to the president's desk, it's implemented immediately this year. It means that you have to start producing additional paperwork. What my colleague failed to tell you is that the system is based on all the verification up front when you are registered and when you give your signature and identification. And Election Day is about having the ease of going to vote based on the fact you have already been identified. But my colleagues would like to throw a big wrench in that and make you find all sorts of documentations in the most unworkable chaos I have ever seen in a system put in a bill. It is simply not true that this is about ease of voting by them. It is about disenfranchising millions of people and making it very hard for them to vote. Why do they want to do that? I don't know. Frankly, I don't really know why they think that's a good idea. I will tell you what my former Republican Secretary of State, who served more than a decade, said to me in a statement. Quote, "Neither the president nor Congress should be in the business of micromanaging elections. As a longtime Republican administrator official, I adamantly support our nation's constitutional framers' decision that the election process be decentralized to states." Following, he says, quote, "I oppose the SAVE Act. It gives the federal government new powers of discretionary regulation. It empowers ideologues to sue election administrators. It forces states to turn over voter rolls to federal overseers. It abolishes vote by mail, the preferred system in Washington, Oregon, Colorado, Utah, Hawaii, Nevada, and Vermont. In my experience, vote by mail best fits the modern lifestyles. More important, it provides the opportunities for voters to become better informed before casting their ballots." He continues by saying, "I subscribe to my party's fundamental and historic commitment to local control. It is a time-honored Republican principle that government closest to the people is best. This is importantly includes the conduct of elections," end quote. Now, maybe that is why the senior senator from Kentucky is voting with us on this side of the issue, because he understands what state rights are about. States' rights are about running elections, so a demagogue or somebody in the level of government cannot force the federal government to say who's eligible to vote and who's not eligible to vote. The notion that we would turn this over to DHS is preposterous. And the notion that I had a constituent who basically got denied a Social Security check because someone said he was dead, even though he went to the federal building to the Social Security Administration and said, "I'm not dead." They had already ripped the check out of his, basically, bank account. He basically then proceeded for 3 weeks to continue to tell them he was not dead. He showed up in other places in person. He was on national TV, and did they give him his check back? No, it took him months. Now, let's say that the federal government says the same thing about you and the voter rolls on Election Day. What are you going to do then? What are you going to do on Election Day? Not have a vote? What are you going to do? Say, "No, it's me, I'm right here." But they're going to say, "No, you were dead, you're not on my rolls, you can't vote. I don't care how long you've lived at that address, I don't care, you're gone." I am not turning that over to the federal government. And our constitutional founders did not want that turned over to the federal government. They saw mischief then, and believe me, the SAVE Act is mischief now. This is the League of Women Voters. the ultimate organization for finding and pursuing policy to get people in America to vote, basically said this about the SAVE Act. It is a coordinated effort to make voting harder for eligible Americans. Now, if you can't trust the League of Women Voters here, I don't know who you could trust, because they're the ones who have had an organization that is about nothing but getting people to participate in elections. They are not Democrat, they're not Republican. They basically are a great organization that hold all of us accountable. And they basically do not like the SAVE Act. This is why part of this effort is about protecting states and protecting our rights. As I said, our constitutional fathers have basically said this is what we should be doing. And this is why here now, turning this over, I object to the fact that the Homeland Security is going to collect personal information, demanding that a Secretary of State turn that personal information over to them for a massive database by the federal government. I object to that. I am not turning personal information over to people who just have other things to pursue. Or maybe it's going to be like Doge, and they're going to sell it to other organizations and make money off of our personal information. I object to that. But now, if basically a Secretary of State or an auditor basically doesn't agree with Homeland Security, what are they going to do? This bill also has a private right of action to say that you can sue them on a private right of action. So now we're going to create all of this chaos and mischief at a level when somehow Homeland Security, which they've gotten it wrong before, on the vote on information about who and what information, the federal government has got it wrong before. Now all of a sudden you're going to get it wrong again. And what are you going to do? So as I mentioned, Sam Reed, he's not the only Republican I've talked to. We had a Republican on a press conference today who was an auditor. There are Republicans standing up. I don't see any Democrats agreeing with you on the SAVE Act, but I see lots of Republicans across America agreeing with us that it's a bad bill. But as Sam Reed said, former Republican Secretary of State for a long time, quote, neither the president nor Congress should be in the business of micromanaging elections. Why? Why? It's never been given to us. But let's talk about this. My colleague seems to think that there's a trend going in some direction. Okay, what's the trend? Because the Heritage Foundation, a group I'm pretty sure you believe in, pretty sure you quote them a lot, basically said in my state, since 1982 till now, there have been 15 cases of voter fraud. Okay, in our state, in the state of Washington, 15 cases. Okay, so hardly a big trend moving in the other direction. Hardly a big trend. Similar, the Heritage Foundation found that in the United States of America, that non-citizen voter fraud is basically 0.00007. So that turns out to be 7/millionth of a percent. It's not 1%. It's not 0.1%. It's basically 0.00007. So 7/millionth of 1% voter fraud in the United States of America, based on the system that we have today. And you want to propose a system that would disenfranchise millions of Americans by making it more complicated. And yes, I don't know why you don't want to stand up for vote by mail, but trust me, I'm standing up for vote by mail. Your last election had 84% turnout in the state of Utah. You had 90% in 2020. I think that's a prideful thing for a state. I'm prideful that our state has one of the highest turnouts too. It's probably 83% in a presidential election. I don't remember what exactly it was in the year 2000, but that's what we strive for in the United States of America, a voting system where everybody participates, so when the outcome is something that other people don't like, you can at least say the American people decided. But if all of a sudden you start sowing doubt into the system, then you have a problem. And that is where President Trump is. He is saying he wants to eliminate mail-in voting, but 1 in 3 voters in this country use it. So he's the one who's inspiring my colleagues to write this legislation. He's the one who's inspiring the details. He would go much further, I agree, than what the SAVE Act is. But let's hear what third parties are saying around the United States of America. Let's hear what editorial boards who read the same judgment, the same discussions that we've had here, and what have they said? In my home state, where we've had one of the closest elections in a congressional district, they basically said the SAVE Act is a threat to our democracy. What did the Seattle Times say? It said Congress should reject the SAVE Act as unconstitutional voter suppression. That's not Democrats saying that. That's a newspaper saying that. And what did they say in the Maine Herald? Maine voters do not wish to be saved by the SAVE Act. So now we know that third-party validators, who are expert in voting, women League of Voters don't want this. Newspapers who basically have looked at this issue also are calling this for what it is, suppression. And I ask my colleagues to turn this down. Now, if my colleague wants to continue debate, I will stand here as long as you want to stand here to debate this issue. I will stand here and get more facts and figures to show you that this voting system today has empowered Americans, has increased opportunities for Americans to have their votes cast, and has gotten rid of generations of suppression that existed before. But if you want me to talk about all the voter suppression that's existed in the United States, starting with laws that basically disenfranchised various segments of our population, I'm happy to talk about them. Because every generation should be about fighting to get the voters to cast a vote, have a robust democracy, and distinguish the United States of America from other countries as a beacon of democracy where free and fair elections stand, and we are confident about the results. We don't need the SAVE Act. It will cause chaos. What we need to do is continue to fight for democracy and continue the path forward for a vote-by-mail system. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, I appreciate the skill and the passion that my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from the state of Washington, brings to the table on this. I appreciate her thoroughness in making the case that she has made to the Senate. I'd like to address a few of those items, which I think call for a response. One of the arguments that she points to, all the arguments that she points to in one way or another, remind me how important it is to turn back to the central objective of what we're trying to achieve here. Let's make it easy to vote, but hard to cheat. Again and again, she refers to the desire to make it easy to vote. But as to the hard to cheat point, she goes off on a number of tangents, and I'd like to address a number of those right now to make sure that we set the record clear. One of the arguments that she makes right out of the gates has to do with the fact that this is a constitutionally protected right, and she's right there. We've got a number of freestanding constitutional protections in various parts of the Constitution that protect your right to vote. The fact that it is a constitutionally protected right doesn't mean that it doesn't matter that we make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. In fact, it makes it that much more important to do it. The fact that something is a constitutionally protected right doesn't mean that it has to be uninhibited. And in fact, very often, as is the case with voting, if we make it easy to cheat, then your constitutionally protected right to vote will mean less and less with each passing election. And our failure to take these risks seriously further undermines the public perception of the legitimacy of the rights in question. Now, the mere fact that something is a constitutionally protected right doesn't mean you can't make it harder for people to break the law in gaining access to it. Otherwise, there would be all sorts of things that would be off in our society. Take, for example, the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. Yes, we have a constitutionally protected right to bear arms, and it's a fundamental right that is available to individuals. And yet, when you decide to exercise that right by going into a federally licensed firearms dealer to purchase a firearm, guess what you have to do? You have to produce identification, and you have to wait a period of time. It might take a few minutes, it might take a few hours, but you've got to wait till they run your identification and your information, through some databases to make sure that you are eligible to purchase a gun. It still is a constitutionally protected right. It doesn't cease to be a constitutionally protected right simply by virtue of doing that. Now, never in a million years would you see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, or many in my party, I assume, saying, okay, all that we need to do in order to deal with this issue, since the right to bear arms is protected by the Constitution, yes, we have laws about who may purchase what firearm and when and under what circumstance and when they might be disqualified based on a prior conviction or otherwise from purchasing a firearm. All we need is a signature, because according to my colleague's logic, a signature is all the identification you need. Well, is it? Well, signatures can be forged. With increasing ease, they can be forged. In other circumstances, they can be presumed not to be checked, and in some cases, that might pan out to be more true than in others. But nobody would seriously suggest, particularly those who like these background check laws, they wouldn't be content with somebody just signing their name, even if it said, I hereby declare under penalty of perjury that I am entitled to purchase this firearm, that I am an adult, I'm a U.S. citizen, I have not been convicted of a felony offense, which would disqualify me under 18 U.S.C. Section 922G. Nor do I trigger any of the other exclusionary factors articulated in the various subsections of 922G or under any other federal law. The signature wouldn't do it there, and that's a constitutionally protected right. This is a constitutionally protected right, but we're still making it, yes, easy to vote and hard to cheat. You've got to have both. You don't get that if you have a mere signature. So too with the purchase of alcohol or tobacco by minors. Even if you had people sign something saying, I hereby attest by signing this under penalty of perjury that I am in fact entitled to purchase alcohol, I am in fact at least 21 years old. We wouldn't do that. Well, why? Well, it'd be really hard to enforce the law at that point. When we turn to the examples, and as I believe, I tried to count the number of times she said it, but I think she said, and I quote, very, 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 very little fraud in elections. Okay, I understand that. Election fraud is extremely difficult to detect and therefore rarely prosecuted. There have been very few cases of voter fraud actually being discovered, detected, prosecuted through to completion. Well, we would likewise, with other laws, if all you were required to do was check a box and sign your name, there would be a lot of other instances of legal wrongdoing that would be also very hard to detect if that's all you had to provide. We've got this known vulnerability in our laws here, and heaven help us all if we don't acknowledge the vulnerabilities that we face and take reasonable steps to close those loopholes. The fact that we are requiring documents here, yes, it adds a step. Now, a couple of things I need to be clear about. Number one, if you're already registered to vote, this doesn't undo your existing voter registration. We're not going to make hundreds of millions of Americans already registered to vote go back and start the process over again. That wouldn't make any sense. But it would apply to new voter registrations. If you move, you register to vote in a new state or a new precinct, and you've got to establish a new voter registration file after this becomes law, then yeah, you'd have to do that. But again, if you are an American who has ever had a job anywhere, started any new job at any point in your career with a new employer, you've already had to supply the same documentation. In fact, you've had to supply a much more rigid set of documents than what this requires. Because this, unlike that, allows you to prove it even if you have not a single document, not a single one of those. Again, going back to page 12, line 22, and the sentences and paragraphs that follow, it makes abundantly clear. Even if you're missing all of it, we've taken that into account. And we can put the onus back on the state to go back and prove you wrong. That is very different than just checking a box and signing your name. Even if it does have some warnings attached to it, that's very different than having to supply the necessary information about how and where you were born if you are a natural-born citizen, meaning if you were a U.S. citizen as of the moment of your birth, based on the circumstances surrounding your birth, either born on U.S. soil or born elsewhere to U.S. citizen parents, then you've got to establish that. That's very different than simply checking a box and signing your name. And yes, signing your name can be used to identify a person under some circumstances, but it's a lot less information than we're required to provide elsewhere. Now, she then makes this about what she refers to as states' rights. I don't like to use that term because I think it's a misnomer. It also conjures images of a bygone Jim Crow era in which the Democratic Party subjected substantial swaths of the American population to a set of racist, evil, exclusionary laws. It has a George Wallace connotation to it that I don't like. Besides that, states don't have rights, they have authority. Authority is sort of the inverse polar opposite of a right. It's the yin to the yang that is a right. States have authority, people have rights. Rights are a check on authority, and that's what we're talking about here. Regardless of whether you want to call that state sovereign authority, federalism, whatever you want to call it, it is not implicated here. And remember, this objection is coming from the same party that no less than 5 years ago, through a vehicle that in the Congress and panel between 2021 and 2023 was run by Democrats during a Democratic administration that, under the auspices of a bill commonly known at the time as H.R. 1, tried to undertake a wholesale takeover of our federal voting and election system. Among other things, it would have subjected every voting jurisdiction in the United States to the status that today we equate only with Section 5 jurisdictions. And what that means is anytime any voting jurisdiction in the United States, anywhere, no matter how large or small, whether tribal, local, state, or otherwise, wanted to redistrict, they'd have to go to a political appointee at the U.S. Department of Justice and obtain pre-clearance. It's a Mother May I of sorts from Uncle Sam and Aunt Sam, something that is as fundamentally un-American, something as fundamentally contrary to federalism as we know of. This is the same party that's now making the federalism objection to this. While we're on this federal objection to this, let's remember the whole reason this is necessary in the first place is because of an existing federal law passed in 1993 by Congress, the National Voter Registration Act. So the whole reason it's necessary to begin with is because of an existing federal law. Don't tell me this is an insult to federalism, especially if you're one of those people from that party that supported a wholesale takeover of our entire electoral system as recently as 4 or 5 years ago. None of us should be surprised that leftist media establishments in the mainstream news media have come out against this because, let's face it, they're leftists. They're hardcore Democrats. Of course they don't want this. And of course they use this inflammatory language in their headlines. Oh, this is a threat to our democracy everywhere. This will disenfranchise 21 million American voters. You want to change that sentence to make it correct? Well, it could be a whole lot of people who are not citizens. The only people we don't want voting are those who are not citizens and are not eligible to vote. That's all this does. Easy to vote, hard to cheat. Using documentary standards that are far more generous, far more flexible, far more easy to comply with than any other system that we have access to. You can still do it. You can still satisfy this standard of proving citizenship, even if all your documents have suddenly disappeared. You supply the necessary information under oath, penalty of perjury, and then it becomes the state's burden to either confirm or refute those things. But with this specificity, we find it a lot easier to prevent fraud. As far as chilling voter activity, we've got data from studies, a number of different studies, showing that in states that have adopted voter ID laws, you don't drive down voter participation. In some cases, it goes up. It works out perfectly well. We need not, we ought not, we must not fear this. If we fear this particular issue, we risk running afoul of that which we hold most dear about our electoral system. Sometimes we get confused about what we ought to fear. We see this in nature. We fear the snake, we don't fear the deer. And yet, a few years ago, my wife and I were having this conversation. I don't know how we got off on this tangent, but we decided to look up your chances of dying as a result of an interaction with a rattlesnake as compared to your chances of dying as a result of an interaction with a deer. Now, deer are cute. Who doesn't love Bambi and Bambi's mom and Bambi's dad? And it's all so great. Your chances are way higher of being killed by Bambi than they are from a rattlesnake. And yet we fear the rattlesnake because it's creepy, it's scary. When we fear the wrong things, we leave ourselves vulnerable to that which can harm us. And perhaps we don't fear enough what happens when our elections lose their credibility because we don't take reasonable safeguards to make sure that only those who are legally entitled to vote in them are in fact allowed to vote. So, as far as the private right of action goes, that private right of action exists under previously enacted laws. I believe that one applies as a result of the original NVRA, and possibly some of it could be under the Help America Vote Act. But there are existing federal laws that make that exact private right of action available. And all this does is it extends it to the obligations that arise under the Save America Act. And those too are generous. They are generous to those state officials that are complying with them. If somebody identifies a problem with the way that the law is being implemented, if they're not complying with the terms of the Save America Act, there is a notice requirement to the state elections official in question. And it gives a certain period of time. I don't remember whether it's 30, 60, or 90 days. I think some of it may depend on the exact context. They have the ability to cure the harm or to make the argument back as to why they're not, in fact, violating it. So there's nothing scary about this private right of action. It's just a way of, without growing the bureaucracy, making sure that there is a means by which you can procure a court order requiring compliance with a law so that it doesn't become dead letter. Look, personal information, the Department of Homeland Security wielding personal information. Well, if that's the case, there are all kinds of things. And if that's on the table, I mean, a lot of Americans don't much like how much personal information the IRS has. That gets leaked sometimes. A lot of people that don't like how much personal information can be found in the databases that are used in connection with the background checks that one has to go through when purchasing a gun. That's just the beginning of it. There are all kinds of things where people are not comfortable with the government having access to too much information. Look, I get it. I'm one of those people. I don't like it either. The fact is, the government does have that information. Why not allow the government to use that information lawfully to make sure that those who have a particular right are the only ones who are allowed to wield it so that it doesn't get cheapened or diluted or bastardized by those who would flagrantly violate the law. At the end of the day, this is, in fact, about making it easy to vote and hard to cheat. The Democrats in this chamber seem so far to be very comfortable with the first half of that equation, but not the second half. We have to pay attention to both. We ignore either to our own detriment and the detriment of those we represent. Thank you, Madam President.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.